Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to another episode of the Universe Within podcast. This episode of the show is being sponsored by the Amazonian Plant Healing Center, the Temple of the Way of Light. The temple is a place I've worked at for a number of years, so I can really attest to the quality of the work that they do. They offer 12-day ayahuasca retreats working in the Shipibo lineage. The Shipibo are people who've had a quite long lineage of working with ayahuasca and various plant medicines, working with 6 ceremonies, 4 different maestros, curanderos, healers, doctors, 2 to 3 facilitators, pre-ceremony yoga teachers, vegetalistas, which are herbalists, bone doctors, massage people, really just a general all-around amazing support staff. So if you're interested in working with ayahuasca, if you never have before, or if you're looking to go to a place to really deepen your experience, the temple is a really amazing place to go do that. They've been unfortunately closed since the pandemic started in March of 2020, but they're scheduled to reopen in June of 2021. So if you'd like any information on working with them, you can go to their website, templeofthewayoflight.org. Also, myself and my colleague Marav Artsy, who I interviewed a number of episodes ago, will be running dietas, which is one of the traditional ways that people deepen and learn directly from plants. And we'll be running them in the tradition we were trained in, which is working with tobacco and trees. And we'll be running those in the Sacred Valley of Peru starting next month, March 3rd to the 19th, and also May 1st to the 17th. So if you're interested in that, that's a really amazing opportunity. And you can find out more information on my website, nicotianarustica.org, and Marav's site at tobaccodietas.com. All of those links will be in the show notes. Today, my guest is my friend Will Spencer. I met Will when he came down as a guest at the Temple of the Way of Light. And he had a really interesting story. He was about to embark on a 4-year journey. Well, I guess at the time he didn't know it would be 4 years, but on a worldwide journey, it turned into 4 years. And he's had a really amazing experience. I've followed him a little bit on his journeys through social media. And he's really just, I think, experienced the world in a really beautiful way. And he's someone who's worked with plant medicines. He's worked with and in a lot of esoteric traditions, which I find very interesting and fascinating. And I always really enjoy speaking to people about those things. And recently he started a podcast called The Renaissance of Men, where, as we talk about in this podcast, he's really trying to create a platform to really teach and create integrative or holistic men, and something that he feels really passionate about. I had the chance to be interviewed on his podcast, and that was a really good conversation if anyone is interested in that. And he's just a really good guy. I really enjoy talking to him. This podcast, I think we went 4 hours, so it's a long one, but there's a lot of really interesting information, and he has a really, I think, interesting and beautiful way of looking at the world and seeing a lot of connections and some of the issues that we're also facing during these times. So I really enjoyed speaking with him. I hope you make it through the whole 4 hours, because I think there's a lot to unpack and to learn there. So as always, if you're able to help to support this podcast, that's a really big help. As I was saying, the temple where I work and where many people work, and just many plant medicine centers in general in Peru, have been shut down for almost a year now. So if you're able to help support through this podcast, it helps to support me to be able to bring on these really interesting guests, produce new content, get the show out to a bigger and broader audience. If you're able to help support financially, that's a really big help and very much appreciated. Patreon is a really good way of doing that. It's a subscription service. For a small fee, you can subscribe, and with that, you get added benefits. Depending on what tier you sign up for, there's things like early access to shows, Q&As, bonus material, extended footage, things like that. So that's a really big help to me. To all the people who have supported me through Patreon, thank you very much. I really appreciate that. There's also the option of donating via PayPal. There's a link in the show notes. And if you're not able to do that, simply subscribing to the show is a really big help. So with the YouTube channel, going on the Universe Within podcast homepage, subscribing to the show, turning on the notification bell, and liking the video. And then with the audio version, going on Apple Podcasts, because that's still the biggest one, and also subscribing or following and leaving a short review and a starred rating is a really big help. So thank you all for tuning in. I hope you enjoy this episode, and without further ado, here is my conversation with Will. There's a tradition I work with called the Tubu, and they do a lot of work with coca, and they call it mambe, and they work in these mambiaderos, which is kind of like a mambe circle. And I find it's a really beautiful medicine. It really, they say tobacco kind of gives like strength to the word, and the coca makes the word sweet. And so whenever they're having a discussion, they always use coca. So it's kind of my way of bringing a little bit of plant medicine into this space.
Awesome. I wish I had some to join you.
Cool, man. So I met you originally. You came down to the Temple of the Way of Light, which probably a lot of people are familiar with, but if they're not, it's an Amazonian plant healing center. They work predominantly with the plant medicine ayahuasca, which has become pretty well known, I would say, in this day and age. And then we kept in touch a little bit after that, and I was kind of following your story on Facebook, and you had a really interesting story. I mean, I think it was like 4 years you ended up traveling the world, and I think that was like the first leg of your journey, like the thing to start it off. So so just to start, welcome, thank you for coming on. I was on your show, I don't know, it was maybe a month or two ago, something like that.
Something like that, yeah.
And it was really good to connect to you. So we decided to have you on this show now. And so maybe just to start off, maybe you could tell the audience a little bit about your background and who you are, what got you to the point where you originally came down to the jungle and wanted to work with ayahuasca, and then kind of how that was the beginning of this journey that led you on this 4-year journey around the world.
Well, I'm really thrilled to be able to chat with you. These are some of my favorite subjects to talk about, and my time at the temple was a real turning point in my life. So I tell a lot of people that I meet, I do a lot of work with men, and a lot of men are very curious about ayahuasca. They've heard about it, for example, from Joe Rogan or Aubrey Marcus or any number of popularizers these days. And we can get into that. I think that can be kind of a mixed bag, but certainly I've been powerfully affected by ayahuasca and work with it at the temple in the United States and with a shaman in the United States as well. And so it's one of my favorite things to talk about and share. So I'm grateful to be able to speak with you today and share some of my experiences, because in the hopes that maybe some people can learn from them and learn more about it from a more grounded perspective, I guess you might say, than some of the things that are out there. So my background is I've always been a man who just wanted two things. I wanted to explore my inner world and to explore the outer world. And my inner world explorations began, I would say, probably in 2006 with the death of my mother. It was sort of a very sudden and kind of traumatic experience. And I was living in Phoenix, taking care of her at the time, and I had an apartment back in San Francisco. And when I returned to San Francisco after that experience, I was a little wobbly. I was able to hold it all together to get her business taken care of after she passed away. But when I got back to the city, I found that I could manage life okay, but I was having trouble controlling my emotions a little bit, and I would have these crazy spiraling kind of thoughts. And I had been talking to a therapist in Phoenix, and she recommended I try this modality called EMDR, I believe it stands for eye movement deprogramming and reprocessing, something like that. And that was my introduction to what we might call inner work, the inner depths of the psyche, down to the level of where root trauma is stored in the body, self-limiting beliefs, where they really, really live. And for those who aren't familiar with EMDR, it's similar to hypnosis. It's not exactly the same, but you hold a paddle, a little vibrating paddle in each hand, and there's a headset, and the therapist or the facilitator has a little dial. And so the headset will beep and the paddle will vibrate, and then the other side, and it goes back and forth. So beep, 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 back and forth. And it stimulates, I don't know exactly how that it works, but the facilitator then controls the speed of the beeping back and forth, and it induces what you might call a semi-hypnotic state. I don't know whether that's a medically accurate term, but it'll do for the purposes of what we're talking about. And guided with the proper facilitation, it was able to take me, and I know that it does for very many people, deep into the depths of my psyche to find where, as I said, those self-limiting beliefs really lived. And there was very clearly a moment in the session where it was kind of like that movie, The Abyss, where I'm standing at the edge of the cliff. If you've seen this movie, it came out I believe in the 90s, a James Cameron film, where Ed Harris's character is wearing this suit and he's getting ready to jump off the cliff down to the very bottom to handle a situation that I guess has evolved down there, let's put it that way. And I remember very clearly walking up to the edge of my own psyche in this way and leaping and discovering what was down there, and being amazed at the depths of my own mind. Not in any kind of like my mind is so deep kind of way, but the depths of the mind, let's say. And so that was my introduction to inner work. And so when I was in San Francisco, obviously that's a great place for all different kinds of inner work. So I participated in many different kinds of therapy, obviously individual talk therapy, men's group therapy, past life regression, body work, Rosen method body work. I tried it all. If I could find it, I tried it. And then and I managed to continually over that process over the next, say, 5 to 10 years, continually keep exploring the depths of the mind and releasing all of this stored trauma that had built up in my body and built up perhaps during my lifetime, previous lifetimes, genetic trauma. Where does it all come from, right? And then in 2015, I had just ended a very unfulfilling relationship that I had trapped myself in. Sort of, hopefully some of the people listening can relate to the experience of being in a relationship and feeling trapped and unable to leave. And through the liberation of myself from my trauma, I was able to leave this relationship. And as you do in San Francisco, I said, oh, I'm going to Burning Man now. And so I went to Burning Man. And on Burn night, which would be on Saturday night, I went out to, just went riding my bike out into the middle of the desert and sat down in a hut way at the edge of the boundary. And I said, okay, whoever shows up is who I'm supposed to hang out with tonight. And maybe 20 or so minutes later, a kid shows up. His name is Dustin, and we start talking, and he's like, have you ever heard of ayahuasca? And I said, yes, I have, and I'm not so sure about that. He's like, well, if you're ever curious, I know a shaman in San Francisco. So I followed up after Burning Man, and that was my first experience with ayahuasca. Would have been in November 2015. With 3 nights in the Bay Area with a shaman there. And that was my introduction to this kind of medicine work, and I'm very grateful that I was prepared to do it. So when I finally, and as I said, I started this out by saying that I've only wanted to explore the outer world and my inner world, and so I spent 10 years exploring my inner world, and finally was able to liberate myself from all of the external constraints I had spent years saving, and had some circumstances that made it possible for me to begin exploring the outer world, which is why I decided to sell everything that I owned and try and backpack around the world, which is what led me down to Peru, and my experiences with ayahuasca made me realize maybe I should give this a shot. And I at first was like, I'm in Peru, and that's what everyone does. They go do ayahuasca when they're in Peru, and I'm just not going to do that. But then I realized that, well, you know what? I'm down here. I might as well give it a shot. And a close friend had mentioned the temple to me, and I had heard about it separately. So I was in the area, I was in the neighborhood, had a couple months to go, so I applied and was accepted, and then I arrived, and it was a beautiful experience for me.
And so that kind of that desire to experience ayahuasca, it was just kind of a natural progression of this inner work that you were doing, and you felt like there was some sort of answer that medicine could help to provide you to go deeper into that process.
Yes, or I was ready. I was ready to try. I never had the impression of. I had not been exposed to ayahuasca through. It hadn't been popularized yet. This is 2015, so there was no at the time. Maybe there were podcasts talking about it, but I didn't know about any of them. I had I had friends that were deep into various kind of medicines. I mean, living in the Bay Area, it's just part of the culture there. So I had heard about it, and I was a little scared by it because the way that people had spoken about ayahuasca was, and I wrote about this on my blog. They sort of talk about it like it's a force of nature, like a tidal wave or an earthquake or something like that. That was always the tone that people referred to it in. So I was a little intimidated, but I had done enough inner work to know that I was prepared to go to the places that it was going to take me. And so, yes, it did seem like a sort of logical, it's like a logical next step for me to continue my own healing and transformation. I was, of course, intimidated but the one thing I will say about the shaman that I work with is they were very clear about the preparation protocols, and it was a very traditionally held ceremony. So one of the things that I tell people now is, when you're given instructions to get ready, for a ceremony, even one, do them all, do them all. Don't skip out on that, because I wanted to approach it with the proper reverence. Because if it was a force of nature, and I believe that it is, then it deserves to be approached with a sense of reverence and respect, and caution and honoring. And the way that we do that is, I believe you said this in our podcast together. You pay with yourself. You pay with your effort and your effort to prepare, and that's how, of course, you pay for the ceremony, in a commercial sense. But the way that you pay for the gifts that you'll receive from the medicine is to pay with yourself and your efforts to get ready. And I did that. And I was very happy that I did that.
So, what was that experience like for you? And just a kind of a caveat to that question is, obviously, these experiences are very personal.
Yeah.
There could be things you may want to share, you may not want to share, and for anyone who's listening who maybe hasn't worked with ayahuasca, it's always really important not to take someone's experience and then extrapolate that that's how their experience is going to be, because it's so unique. It's completely unique. We're all unique individuals, and so everyone's going to have a unique experience. But I always think it's really interesting, to some degree, to hear people's experiences, because it was something we were talking about in our podcast, which I think you did really well, which was this idea of kind of, I forget the word you used, but I think you said demystifying, or kind of grounding some of these experiences, because
Yeah.
often what one may hear when talking about these plant medicines are these very kind of extraordinary experiences, which can certainly happen. But
Hmm.
those are often the ones that are talked about because they're so grandiose and kind of so illuminating. And
Hmm.
then people naturally kind of chase after that experience, thinking that
Yeah.
that's the experience that these plants are inherently leading to.
Hmm.
And that's not always the case. That may be the case, but that's, there's many ways that these plants can work. So I had the opportunity to facilitate you, but so, I know a little bit about the process you went through,
Yeah.
but just kind of to share maybe with the broader audience what that experience was like. And
Hmm.
you had worked with ayahuasca a little bit before then, so I would imagine you had some sense of what you were getting yourself into. but then also
Hmm.
being in the Amazon, working with the Shipibo people who have a quite long lineage of working these plants, and just that set and setting and working with it in a group setting, and all of the other things that entail with that. What was that process like for you?
So do you want to hear about my time at the temple or my time in the States first? Or both, I
Well,
suppose.
yeah, whatever you feel called. Yeah.
Hmm. Well, I'll say that my first ceremony in November of 2015, because I came down to the temple and it would have been May, June of 2016. I got really lucky in a way because I was seeing my therapist. The ceremonies were Thursday, Friday, and Saturday night, so 3 consecutive nights. And I was seeing my therapist on Thursday and did one of those doorknob kind of moments where it's like, oh yeah, by the way, I'm drinking ayahuasca for the first time tonight. And his face like, you're what? That would have been something that would have been good to know anytime prior to right now. But he actually he had been someone who had worked with ayahuasca as well. And he gave me a really good piece of advice. And he had said, you set your intention, and when things get very rough and chaotic, you hold on to that intention as a rope that will pull you through the experience. And that was basically all he had time to say before I had to leave. But that was all that he needed to say. And because when I took the first dose, and of course, it's I think of it a little bit like riding a bike in terms of you have to kind of learn how to navigate oneself in the space. But there were times where, of course, where things get very chaotic, and I've heard that people say like, "Oh my God, am I dying?" and stuff like that. And I can't say that I had that experience, but if I hadn't had the knowledge to hold tight onto my intention and allow it to be a rope to pull me through, I might have felt that way. So that was a really important thing, when it's like, what is going on? Everything is going crazy. Everything has dissolved. My psyche is dissolving. What did I come here for? Boom, grab hold of the rope, and it just pulled me through the experience that first night. And of course, the next morning. And let me say that the shaman I work with was deeply, deeply traditional, had trained with Shipibo masters in South America for years, actually was I don't know how much I can say, but he was born down there and had brought those traditions into the United States. I've since heard that there are shamans or facilitators that take a more modern approach, I suppose. I felt very lucky to have worked with a shaman where we worked in the dark, in the sacred silence, in the stillness. Very, very, no recorded music, all singing and traditional instruments. Excuse me. And that I felt was very, very grounding to not have it be, playing sort of new age floaty music. It was at night, and I've heard people doing it during the day and people moving around and allowed to express themselves vocally, and that just sounds terrifying to me. Just because everything is, that would not work for me anyway. So I felt very held and very safe in the space. And all the practitioners, they were a family. Many of them would come back month after month, so they all knew each other. There was the shaman himself, and I believe that there were at least 5 co-facilitators holding the space. It was at a private house that they had, up in the hills, and it was very, very, very well done with prepared food, like home cooked food provided, and it was like you can show up and you don't have to leave, and everyone knows each other. It was like being welcomed into a family, which was the perfect way to go about the medicine and to have every other external consideration stripped away so that the only thing that's needed to focus on is the work, which I feel like that was an enormous blessing for me to find that family. So I think the most memorable experience of that first set of I guess you'd say ceremonies was I had gotten to know the woman who was who was lying next to me on the ground. We were all on our mats rather than at the temple and being spread apart. We were all much closer together. We basically had our mats, maybe 35 people in the room, which was quite a lot of people, but it never felt crowded. It was just, the most people they could fit in the room with integrity, I suppose. And I had gotten to know her, and she had brought these crystals with her. And I'd never much explored crystals before. And she said, well, if during the night, feel free to use these crystals for anything. I'm like, I don't know what I would use crystals for, but, hey, we're in the space. Let's go for it, right? So, my experience of ayahuasca, and again, thank you for pointing out that if anything, ayahuasca is predictably unpredictable. So any experience that any of us has may not ever be anything that you personally experience, right? So it's just everyone's own unique journey in the way that our lives are a unique journey. So in the middle of the night, going through these waves, of down into it and then back up and just taking a breath and sitting up and gathering myself, I picked up these two crystals. There was a very large sphere of rose quartz, and then there was a smaller, sort of this big kind of crystally shaped thing that I think was a smoky quartz, as I recall. I'm not sure if those, the rose quartz I remember clearly, but then there was like a smokier kind of crystal. And so I was lying on my back and I wanted to change positions. And so I took the crystals and I rested them on my belly so I could use my hands. And when I put the crystals on my belly, it was like, ow! Like I felt actual energetic pain in my body, not because I had dropped them on myself, but because something happened energetically in response to the physical contact of the crystals. And I was like, what was that? And so in the expanded state of awareness, I had this sort of sense that there was some energy within me that the crystals were drawing out. That was the feeling. It was a feeling like when I put the crystal down like a magnet, it's pulling something up out of me. So this was maybe my second or third ceremony or something like that, probably the third. And I remember lying there and thinking, okay, well, I guess I can use these crystals. And I had no experience with crystals before in my life. I know people who were into crystals and stuff like that, but it's not something that I had ever explored. So here I am lying there in the middle of the night in the dark with these crystals and recognizing that I can use them to pull energy out of me. I'm like, okay, well, I guess this is just what I'm doing right now. And I spent the next 2 to 3 hours pulling 25 or 27, something like that, energetic shards, I guess you would say, or needles or something like that, out of my gut and belly area. So I would take the rose quartz and I would move it around on my belly until something would connect, and then I would use the rose quartz and the smoky quartz to, and maybe you can't see me doing that, to sort of pull the energy out like a shard, like a needle. And every time I did that, I would say thank you, because for whatever it was that was within me, I needed to have that in me for some reason. And so this process took 2 or 3 hours of really working with myself to pull out these shards of energy, very vivid. And the image that came to mind was as of a lion pulling needles out of his paws. There was some element of me that was hindered, crippled in some energetic way by what was contained within my body. And I spent those 3 hours pulling those out. And over time, I sort of came to realize that these were genetic lineage traumas inherited on the male side of my family. And so I was healing potentially, 25, 27 ancestral woundings that I had carried with me. So with that sort of experience in mind and knowing, what becomes possible with a sense of experimentation and a sense of openness to experience, I came into the temple and was so thrilled to find that the intention that's held in the temple, because I know that there are other centers in Peru. Blue Morpho was the only one was the only one that I've really looked into. I didn't particularly like their branding, and I didn't feel that it was as connected and grounded as the materials that I saw at the temple, because I went scouring through the temple website, like, what is the intention of this place that I'm going to be giving my life to for 12 days? Like, what are they about? Is this, is it really, because I had come from this really beautiful, high integrity, high respect for tradition family in San Francisco. And so when I found the temple website, I went through all the materials and I'm like, yes, this is the place. Very grounded in the traditions, very respectful of the Shipibo people. I really appreciated that they used female curanderas as well. I appreciated that the innovation in that, I guess you'd say, in a way. And so when I arrived there, I was so happy to find that it's just, it's out in the deep in the jungle. There's no power except for maybe like some solar or something like that, in the kitchen perhaps. But certainly the cabanas don't have power, and you get a little light, and there's obviously no cell reception, and it's just really, really, and there's the compost toilets, and it's like really, really back to earth, really the opportunity to connect with the land. I was like, this is exactly whatever else happens here, regardless of what happens at night, just the feeling of being out there in the jungle was just so incredibly relaxing. And it was the perfect space to do any kind of work, whether ayahuasca or not. Like, just to be out there and just even to sit and do like talk therapy would be amazing, just to take off everything in the background and just to be able to sit and be and hear the sounds of the jungle, and smell the smells, and enjoy the humidity in the air and the sun. It was just the perfect environment. So I was thrilled with what everything was like during the day. And the experience at night, which we'll go into, but the experience at night, with the ceremonies, was so beautifully held, by yourself and the other facilitators. And I call the maestros and the maestras the shamanic all-stars of Peru. It's literally the best of the best. And I couldn't be happier with my experience there from start to finish. And I will say, I appreciated that there was an application process, that there was a rigorous application process that I had to fill out. Like, it took me a couple days, to answer all the questions honestly, because it gave me confidence going in that everyone who was there would be there for the right intention. And that was, that's just something that isn't often talked about. It's, who are these people? Why are they here? And are they going to be in integrity in this container with me? Because we're all journeying together. And so when you put the skill of the facilitators together and yourself, and you put the environment together with the application process, it really was the ideal experience just on the top level. And so that's why I'm always so happy to talk about it.
We can
I went on for a bit there, but
we can use this video as a promo video for the temple, maybe.
absolutely, absolutely.
So, one of the interesting things that I think is always very fascinating is, I think there's always a lot of, maybe doubt, or kind of, there's this sense of the unknown when one goes down to the jungle, and what am I getting myself into? And I think, because, I also originally came as a guest, and
Mhm.
one of the things I found very interesting and also very comforting was the 22 or 23 other people who were there. And, I had all sorts of thoughts in my mind of, who are these people? What are they going to be like? And it was very comforting in a way, just seeing that, oh, they're just like me. They're
Mhm.
I don't know if normal is the right word, but they're more or less normal people, and
Right.
all kind of looking for a similar thing.
Mhm.
Um, so when you went through that experience, is there anything that stood out for you, like from your own experience, from gauging, from being in that space with these other people? Was it a different feeling that you were used to from when you were working back in San Francisco? Was there like a theme there, or was it was a continuation of the same work you were doing?
Oh well, the work that I was doing in Peru was definitely very different. I'll get into that, but I will say that the space that was held in the United States and the space that was held in Peru were very similar. In fact, I felt very, very comfortable. Like, oh, this is familiar. Maybe no instruments necessarily. Like, I think there was a mouth harp that he used, and various plant like fans and stuff like that to create sounds. And the temple didn't have any of that, but it was still this feeling of, no, we are embedded in an ancient lineage. And that's what I thought was really exciting about the temple. It's like, oh, I'm familiar with this. Cool, you know? And you're right. I agree also that who are these people? And I was really surprised to find that, yeah, they were normal people. Like it wasn't, super crazy new age people, but that just people from Middle America, people from, I think there was a guy who'd come from Eastern Europe, people who you'd otherwise never think would participate in ayahuasca, but, grandfathers and tech people from San Francisco. It was a really nice mix of just really down to earth people for whom ayahuasca was brand new for them. Like it's not like the first self work that they'd ever really done, as opposed to seasoned veterans, I suppose you'd say. And I found that actually to be really comforting and really beautiful. And it was for me, it was very powerful to witness the healing potential that ayahuasca has for so many modern illnesses, so many contemporary illnesses that people experience, that they're returning to their, I guess you'd say, plant-based roots to find curing for them in this ancient wisdom. It's just a very powerful juxtaposition. So the work that I did, in San Francisco, I don't remember. I would have to look back on my journal to see what my intention was at the time. I did write it down. I did a lot of writing at the time, but I don't remember as clearly as what I wanted to go to the temple for. And so some context is, as I'd said, I'd liberated myself to backpack around the world. And that was my intention. And, I'll be very honest about this, and in the hopes that it'll benefit people who are wondering, what ayahuasca could be good for. A big component of my desire to travel, and I think one of the big appeals of travel in general is not just adventure in terms of doing adventurous things, which I got the chance to do, but adventure in terms of romance. We watch movies like Indiana Jones to see the hero go and punch Nazis and swing off vines and get the girl. And that's the archetypal image of the hero adventurer. And that was what I wanted from my experience traveling. And I don't think that's unusual at all. But I knew that I carried with me these really mistaken attitudes and perspectives about women that materialized in a form of fear. And some of these fears were political in nature, let's say. They were, oh, I am a patriarchal, oppressive male, and I shouldn't make eye contact with women, and I should keep, I should just be respectful. Oh, yes, and be subservient in a way. I carried some of those attitudes, many of them, in fact. I had just a lot of fear of women's abuse, like verbal abuse, shaming, rage, anger, things like that. And I recognize that these attitudes, completely independent of any amount of romance I might want to have, I recognize that these attitudes were fundamentally destructive to my being as a man. That they weren't serving me, that they cut me off from not only a whole half of humanity, which happens to be women, but also my own inner nature as a man, as someone who loves and appreciates women. And so walking around in fear of every other person I meet, and walking around in fear and disrespect and almost division from myself and my own desires was really extraordinarily painful. It was really, really painful. So I had my objectives from my travels, but I also had all this, I guess, trauma that led to these warped perspectives on women, sex, sexuality, masculine sexuality, love and romance. And when I arrived in South America, I went through Argentina, Peru, and I had been to Colombia as well before I came to the temple. I saw that the attitudes in South America towards men and women and sex and sexuality are very, very different than the United States. I had found that a lot of the women down there were wondering why I wasn't being more forward, more masculine. Why am I being so nice all the time? Like, come on, you're a man. Like, I'm a woman. Like, if you watch like salsa dancing, salsa dancing, it's very dramatic, sexualized, movementized, I guess, sexuality, and that's the interplay between the divine masculine and the divine feminine, lead and follow, and this beautiful, elegant dance created by people stepping into their full sexual power in their bodies, I guess you might say. And I wasn't able to do that dance because I had all these terrible ideas that were put into me, I guess, from my culture and from my upbringing that I had absorbed passively, that were just kind of there, and that prevented me from participating in that dance. And so, as I wanted to, as I felt called to. And so I came to the temple with the intention of, I wanted to, I think the way that I articulated it was because I mean, obviously I'm looking at this in hindsight and I have a lot more understanding of what I was going through. But I would say that all that I was able to know at the time was I wanted to improve my relationships with women, was what I said, without really knowing anything beyond that. What was actually going on, and it was a real big step of ownership for me to step into that and to say, okay, yeah, no, this could be potentially very embarrassing to speak to. I don't know that I had to speak it to the entire circle of 22 participants, but I certainly had to speak it to you and to the curanderos and the curanderas, and to say like, yeah, look, like this is just not working for me, and to acknowledge my own desires and to speak that, and also to really go into the heart of where my own pain was, to say I'm fully divided from myself. And this division that I've had in myself has caused me pain for decades, and it's unhealthy. And I know that it's beyond my conscious ability to heal. I can't just talk it out. There's something that lives deep inside me, something very painful that is past language that needs to come out in experience, I guess you'd say. So I spoke that into existence, and I can talk at depth about what happened over the next 7 ceremonies, but I will say that I got what I came there for. And one of the things I appreciated the most about the temple was the way that you guys provide such great preparatory materials, not just how to prepare physically for the experience, but how to prepare, I guess you'd say, mentally, emotionally, and spiritually. This idea of intention and intent. I loved that distinction, and I still use that distinction when I talk to people about any number of things, to say, what is your intention for coming down there? What do you want to get out of this experience? Set your intention. And then your intent is you will not quit until you agree to yourself, you will not quit until you get it. And I loved that. And I loved that. I said, this was so important to me. This is what I want. And I will not quit until I get it. And those two things, more than anything, helped me over the next 12 days to really do the work. When it got tiring or disorienting or frightening or exhausting, by the 7th ceremony, like, please, I just can't drink this anymore. I just literally cannot drink this. But, just knuckle down and do it. I thought that was really important. So I'm very a big fan of the temple because obviously I did the work to show up, and did the work in general, but the space created this environment that made it as easy as it possibly could be. And that's why I say that it was such a transformative experience for me, and it positively affected the rest of my life. And I guess I can get into some of the things that happened over the next 7 days, over the 7 ceremonies, or 12 days in general, if you'd like.
Yeah, it's a fascinating thing because I think in that experience you're describing there's a lot of archetypes, and that from what I've seen, I think so many people, one of the reasons they come down is you use that word split, and I think many people feel that there's a split, and I think, in more archetypical terms, that's what so many of these spiritual traditions are pointing towards, is
Mm-hmm.
there's this idea of union, of wholeness, and the idea of separation, of duality of the world made manifest is this idea of a split, that we've been split. We've been split from our source, from our creator, from our mother, from the womb, from what some people may describe as their true self, their self beyond name, beyond form. And
Hmm.
it's a fascinating thing. And I think people describe it in all sorts of different ways. It seems like for you, there was this very acute observation of hey, the split for me is between this masculine and feminine, and there's something that I'm not connecting to. And for some people it may be a split between their mother, their father, their partner, the work, their sense of purpose in life. But it's
Hmm.
a very, very common theme that I see, which is this idea of split. I mean, I, you know, I don't know if I can necessarily make generalizations, but it could be that all experience to some degree is coming from that archetype of split, separation. We're all looking for that sense of union, of unification. If
Hmm.
I think for a lot of people, especially someone who maybe hasn't worked with some of these plants before, that sounds amazing. That someone like yourself could come and experience the healing or the insight to that. But I think a lot of people, it would be very difficult for them to kind of put two and two together and say, well, how in the hell does drinking this plant,
Hmm.
drinking this liquid, going to make me rectify my past or understand these things that I've been with or these traumas or these belief systems I've had. So is there a sense, you can talk about your experience if you like, that'd be wonderful, but even if you don't want to get into the details, maybe just a sense from your experience of what you felt that the plant was doing that allowed you to somehow come to terms with that. Because,
Hmm.
and I think for a lot of people, especially if people have worked with plants, they may have some sense of what's going on. But if someone's never really worked with plants, that seems like a very almost like amazing thing. Like how in the world would drinking this liquid, does it take me on a journey? Is it bringing up images? I mean, is it just, do I see the light and then everything is clear and I'm good? So I mean, maybe
Maybe.
from your experience, what were some of the things that were going on for you?
Well, when I explain what ayahuasca is to people and what it does, this is usually what I tell them. The first thing that ayahuasca kind of requires is an understanding that there is a spiritual dimension to reality. And that's a simple idea that I think a lot of people listening kind of take for granted. But it's really important to just really, in the words of Stranger in a Strange Land, to really grok that. Like here we are in material reality, and here's a coffee cup. It's pretty solid, and everything seems pretty clear and grounded. And it's like, well, if you were to flip that around or look within it, there's this enormous universe of spiritual reality, and that is real. It's real. You can't. I don't know that you can be an atheist or an agnostic and drink ayahuasca. Like, if you want to see the two best and most reliable paths that I tell people that I've found, if you really want to know, not faith, but know that there is a spiritual reality, is drink ayahuasca or go to a 10-day Vipassana meditation retreat. And you will know. You will know. You can't give that knowing to anyone else, but you will know for yourself. So I meet a lot of people that are like, yeah, no, I don't believe in God or spirituality. I'm like, well, if you ever really want to check that out and find out for yourself, these are the two roads you can. And I'm working on right now, it's what, 12,000 words article that's comparing ayahuasca and vipassana because they have a lot in common. That's maybe a separate conversation we can get into later. But if you don't, ayahuasca happens to require a bit of money, a fair bit of money. So if you don't have money, you can spend time, which is Vipassana is free. Going to Vipassana retreats are free, donation based only at the end. You don't have to give a thing if you don't want to. So those are the two ways you can pay, with your money or with your time, to go and see for yourself that there's a spiritual dimension to reality. So we will just take as given between you and I right now, for the purpose of the conversation, that there is a spiritual dimension to reality. Within that spiritual dimension to reality, there are beings of all different levels of evolution and intention. So I've heard the 7-dimensional model of reality is pretty, I don't know, let me know if we get too esoteric. I don't know. I mean, I've thought a lot about this. But, so we live at the 3rd dimension of reality. The animals are at the 2nd dimension of reality. I think plants are at the 1st dimension, and then rocks and stones are there. But above us goes all the way up to 7 dimensions of reality, and the 7th dimension is unity consciousness. That's where God would live. So above us are the 4th, 5th, and 6th dimensions of reality with beings of different levels of evolution. The plant spirit of ayahuasca lives at one of those levels of evolution. I can't say which. And this plant has as its telos, as its purpose, seems to be, as far as we know, to help facilitate human evolution and transformation. And the drinking of the ayahuasca brew, of course, has psychoactive physical effects with the presence of the DMT in the body, but it's also an act of consent. You say to this plant spirit that on the dimension of reality that it exists on, you consent to the plant working with you at that dimension that you live on. So the plant is able to look at, you say yes, like going into a doctor's office, and you say yes, I give you permission, doctor, to look to examine me and to help facilitate my healing. And so that's the process of the drinking. It's a commitment, right? And the plant and you open up. The plant opens you up in a way energetically, and then performs various, I guess you might say, forms of energetic surgery, which is not really the best way of thinking about it. That's just one of the processes. And there's all different things that in that expanded sense of awareness where this process is going on. It's not surgery like we would think about it, like allopathic, where a doctor is going in with a scalpel and stuff like that, though that may happen. It's more a process of experiencing within ourselves energies moving that had previously been stuck for the purposes of exiting our system. So we as humans are a closed energetic loop system. Like animals, for example, when animals experience trauma, like a car crash or something like that, you see a dog get out of a car crash, like shake it all off. That's the trauma energy, the trauma response escaping from the animal's body. I think there was a book by this author, Robert Sapolsky, called Why Zebras Don't Get Ulcers. That explains why animals have this trauma release system. Humans, unfortunately, don't have that. We can store trauma in our bodies in a closed system unless we experience the ability to open up and release that trauma, to open the system up. And there are many ways to do that. Like I said, all the different therapeutic modalities are great at that. It's whatever works best for you. I'm good at talking, so I really succeed with talk therapy. Other people prefer art therapy or dance therapy or body work, whatever creates an exit for the trauma to release from. And so my experience with ayahuasca is allowing the plant to work with the depths, the full depths of my energetic system, to be perceiving me from a higher plane of reality than I can perceive myself, and to help facilitate the removal and release of trauma. And where people get stuck, I think, is that ayahuasca doesn't come in and just grab it and say, okay, I'll take that, thanks. There's a process of, it can come to the surface, but then we have to release it. We have to consciously release it. So that's why my experience anyway, there's no magic wand. The ayahuasca doesn't wave a magic wand over you and say, congratulations, you're healed. There's a process of bringing up from the depths of being things that are very ancient, perhaps as old as our infancy or older. And it comes into our conscious awareness, and we are left to experience it and acknowledge it and see it, and then release it. And that can be very, very scary. That can be very, very scary. Things about ourselves that we don't recognize are true, that we're forced to reckon with. And that, I think, is a very important part of it, because that triggers, I was going to say a crisis of faith, but I don't know that crisis is the right word. But it's certainly a recognition that, why did this happen to me? A real encounter with, why is there suffering? That is the real question, is to really deeply experience. Of course, I don't want to make it all sound like suffering. There are moments of profound beauty and peace and transcendent visions of the cosmos that happen that I have been blessed to have. But the meat of the ayahuasca experience is in the encounter with suffering itself and the recognition of the purpose of suffering. And that is incredible. I'm feeling myself emotional talking about it. That is incredibly profound. And it can be very, very powerful in a way, as we say, of integrating to say that suffering has a purpose if we're willing to find out what it is. And so that's what that's a bit more than I usually say to people, but this idea of ayahuasca allowing us to encounter the sufferings that live within us, to bring them up, to experience them, to release them, and to grow spiritually as a result. It's a pure encounter with the Jungian notion of the shadow, the way that the shadow contains the gold. That when you go in and you encounter the shadow, and you really confront it, and are, in a sense, in the Joseph Campbell hero's journey sense of it, you are victorious over it. The shadow reveals the gold, and the gold is, for me, I don't, without at risk of oversimplifying it, the gold is you survived. The gold is whatever trauma that is you're carrying, you survived through it, and it taught you an important lesson that you can now own. And so I've got my own experiences of that. And so that's how we end up growing as a human being, is to encounter our shadow, to overcome it in the supportive environment of the plants, not just the ayahuasca himself. Well, I never experienced ayahuasca as a woman particularly, so I know that that's the vernacular is to describe ayahuasca. That's never been, I've never experienced a gender either way, and I've looked, but we'll say she. And then the plant allies and the curanderos and the curanderas and the facilitators, such as yourself, like your presence was very strong, sitting on the mat, smoking tobacco, just really holding this very grounded space. I remember there were times where I would be disoriented and I'd see you there smoking and your face lit up by the end of your cigar, I think, or cigarette or whatever it was. And it's like, oh yes, okay, Jason's there. Okay, we're gonna be okay. And the singing and the jungle and the space. And it's like, the perfect environment to really to do this work in. And so that's a lot of what I tell people. Maybe I'll simplify it based on the conversation, but the real meat of it is to be able to have the aid of a being that exists in a higher dimension of reality to perceive us and help us, like a doctor would, see ourselves in a particular way and help us to heal ourselves, which is the difference between allopathic medicine, which seeks to go in and address the illness. Indigenous and traditional medicine seeks to help us realize that we are actually the cure. And so ayahuasca works in that way to help us see how we are the cure and gives us the opportunity to be that.
Yeah, beautiful. You mentioned this idea of you're interested in other esoteric traditions. What are other things that you find interesting, and do you see that they're all kind of pointing towards the same thing? They're approaching things from a different way. I mean, even it looks like in the background, is that a Tibetan mandala?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, and
What are
some Tibetan healing bowls as well.
yeah.
Yeah.
What interests you about those esoteric traditions, and what do you feel like they're also trying to teach? And would you consider ayahuasca an esoteric tradition?
Would I consider ayahuasca I think so. I would say I consider it an esoteric tradition in terms of its specialized knowledge, and specialized knowledge about the nature of reality and the human mind is not something that everyone has interest in. Not everyone feels a call to understand what is the mind? What is the soul? Why does it work this way? What is the nature of reality? Not everyone, is interested in that, but not everyone, some people are really interested in cars, and I'm not interested in cars. And it's like, this is just our own particular callings. So I would call it esoteric knowledge in that regard. And I think every tradition around the world has people that are called to understand reality in that way. And different traditions in different environmental and historical circumstances look at the same set of data and process it in slightly different ways, and may also be looking at different, just fundamentally different pictures of reality. Like that's the really unclear thing. Like, is there one true religion, in the perennial philosophy sense, or are there actually different religions that are true? Who knows? So I think it's esoteric knowledge in that sense. But I think where it transitions from being purely esoteric is that it's actually very practical for the living of a good life. And so the esoteric tradition that comes to mind that I've studied, that I've found as of most practical value, is studying the tarot and the Kabbalah, which I did for a couple years prior to my travels overseas. I studied the tarot and Kabbalah every day for 2 years, and tarot cards are conventionally understood to be fortune telling tools. And as it turns out, that's not why they were invented. Tarot cards are actually symbolic depictions of aspects of human and divine consciousness that during the rise of the Roman Catholic Church was considered forbidden knowledge. So they took this ancient knowledge and they put it into pictorial form to preserve it, so people would look at it, it's like, what's this? Oh, it's just a drawing, as opposed to like a sacred text. So tarot was a way of preventing the knowledge from being lost. And so I studied that, and that was a wonderful introduction to the workings of the human mind and the universe. And so that was the one esoteric tradition that I've drawn the most benefit from. But it was not just for the purposes of studying it, just for intellectual pursuit. It was by learning how your mind works and goes to create your reality, create your existence. You can get better at using your own mind to lead a better life in the spirit of service. And so that was very powerful for me. One esoteric tradition. I've also meditated early in the mornings, and I don't practice of contemplation, which is the focusing of the mind on a singular object to understand it more deeply or to take apart a problem. I think that tends to work a little better for me. But again, that can be a real gateway into understanding how the mind works and how reality works. And those kind of traditions I've always felt called to. I mean, always just fascinated by it. Like I grew up Jewish. I read the Torah. I read the Ten Commandments was my Torah portion, which was like a major score. And then I went to a Jesuit Catholic high school. Like I said, I studied tarot and Kabbalah. I've done Buddhist meditation, ayahuasca. When I traveled, I went to the Kumbh Mela festival in India, which I think is like 200 million people, the largest gathering of Hindus on earth. All these traditions I've been so fascinated to explore, and I've actually got a here. I'll take it down. It's behind my computer. I don't know the name of it. It's one of those woven patterns from one of the curanderos at the temple. I've got it hanging up behind my laptop.
Mm-hmm.
So these things I've always been interested in, and you know, but I'm not just interested in them, and there's a lot of this in San Francisco. I'm not just interested in them in intellectual pursuits. I'm really curious how they make life better for me and for humans. And I think I think that there is room for people who would take a more monastic existence to be exploring the frontiers of spirituality in a purely intellectual, is not the word, but we'll use it anyway, purely intellectual sense. But I'm much more interested in how do we bring this knowledge back for people for me personally, to live a better, more whole life, and how do I pass that on to the people around me, my children, my community, my country, my planet. So that's always been my interest.
Yeah, it's fascinating because you use this idea that a lot of these esoteric traditions are an investigation into the mind, into human nature, and I think that's sometimes something we forget
Hmm.
because again, often it's this idea of this, you use this word monastic. There's these monks in a cave or isolated somewhere, and they're off doing something, but it seems very far removed from the reality that most people are in. But
Hmm.
I think what you're pointing towards is really important, is this idea that all of these esoteric traditions or investigations are into the nature of human existence. What does it mean to be a human being, and
Hmm.
how to live our lives? And even a lot of the cultures we come from, like in the US or European cultures, have this root, we often say, in Greece and in the Greek mystery schools, and these people like Pythagoras, and allegedly he got his knowledge from the Egyptian mystery schools, and who knows where they got taught, and who
Hmm.
knows how far back it goes. But
Right.
um, I think something that was very fascinating, when I was doing some research about him, was, I mean, that's even where this idea of like a liberal arts education comes from. Is it's how can I expand my mind? How can I learn about all of these things and see the interrelationship with them?
Hmm.
It's not, very much in a way of like a general practitioner. It's not that we're so specialized in one thing. It's that we have a broad understanding of things, so that we can see how things are interconnected, and how we can be a better person. And I think with Pythagoras, he would make his students wait like 2 years before they could even come, and they'd have to do all of these practices. I think maybe they had to be in silence for that time. And then
Wow.
when they came, he started teaching them these things. But they were things that we may not think of as like esoteric, but they were mathematics, astronomy, science, the understanding nature, understanding cycles, all of these things. And it seemed like he was trying to form complete human beings through the understanding of these things. And it's
Hmm.
one of the fascinating things about even the word psychedelic, because it was a word I used to have a lot of aversion to, because I pictured
Hmm.
people dropping LSD and dancing and listening to
Right.
music. But even that word, it means the mind revealed, the mind made manifest.
Really.
And so it's, and many people will describe these medicines as medicines of the mind, that it's
Hmm.
taking us into this journey of our mind. So I guess with these esoteric traditions, how do you think that by studying that, like something like tarot you use, for example,
Hmm.
how does that help someone by understanding these symbols, by understanding these archetypes? How does that transform then to practicality, about
Hmm.
actually putting that and changing my daily life?
Hmm. Well, I think the first thing that comes to mind for that is, imagine anyone listening, or you and me, or certainly, if you were to know beyond a shadow of a doubt that there is, like really know, that there is a spiritual dimension to reality, how would that change the way that you lead your daily life? Because we're so saturated right now, at least in America, with materialist, not materialist as in consumption, but there's that too, but all materialist scientism that says all there is material reality. There's no spiritual dimension and to anything, and that's that. And the danger of that idea, as practical as it can be for improving our lives technologically, is it robs us of a sense of meaning of the events of our life. If there is no spiritual dimension to reality, if there is no higher dimension to reality, then there's no purpose to anything. And if there's no purpose, then there's no meaning, and the events of our lives are random. They're random. Or they're either random or they're deterministic, as in it was supposed to happen from the beginning of the universe, just as this mechanical kind of thing that took place for billions of years. So the thing is, humans are meaning making machines. Our brains are designed, I think, to find meaning in the events of our lives and our collective events as well. And if we live in a deterministic or random universe, where is that meaning? It doesn't exist. But if we live in a universe with a spiritual dimension to reality, that meaning comes down into manifestation from that higher dimension of reality. And in that situation, everything has meaning. Everything has meaning. The most senseless, hurtful, harmful, and difficult things, and there are, of course, theological arguments against this, which we can get into, the most senseless and hurtful things in our lives actually have meaning. As hard as that may be for us to really accept that, acknowledging a spiritual dimension of reality means that our lives are pregnant with meaning. Every event in our life is pregnant with meaning, the best and the worst. And personally, I find that to be incredibly comforting. I find that knowledge to be incredibly comforting, to know that and to have validated this through years of practice. And this is the unique power of ayahuasca for me, that the most difficult events of my life, the most hurtful ones, I started out the conversation talking about my mother's death. That was by far the worst thing to ever happen given the circumstances. And the circumstance of it, there was violence involved and everything. That ended up, paradoxically, truly paradoxically, becoming the doorway for the greatest things ever to happen to me. The greatest blessings came in through that door. Would I go back and change it if I could? Yes, absolutely. But it's not to me to change these things. It's not to question the past. It's to use these circumstances to find the meaning of it and to transform and grow as a human being. And that is created, that knowledge is created by knowledge of the spiritual dimension of reality, to things having purpose. It's not random, it's not deterministic, it's purposeful, it's written, it's authored. By who and what we can talk about, because that's a separate conversation, but it is authored. And I find that to be very comforting in studying these esoteric practices, drinking ayahuasca, meditating, studying the tarot or Kabbalah, or engaging in whatever esoteric practice calls to you, including dozens I probably don't even know about, is a gateway to discover that meaning. And by putting it into daily practice is to reaffirm that amidst the seeming senselessness of everything, there is actually a higher purpose and meaning to it. But that's the nature of faith. Faith, I choose to believe that this has meaning. Like even Steve Jobs said, you can't put the pieces together looking forward. You can only put them together looking backwards. You look back over the road of your life, it's like, oh yeah, I made these choices and I ended up exactly where I was meant to be, and there's a rightness to it. So you can't look forward and say that, okay, I can see how it all fits together because you don't have all the pieces yet. But faith says that each of these pieces does have meaning, and you'll be able to assemble them later if you stick with it and you don't give up. So I engage in these practices because it helps reaffirm that the events of my life, the events of our collective lives, do have meaning. And that, I think, is at the root of the spiritual crisis that we're all living through right now. Is we're living through a pretty, I can choose lots of words, but I'll go the most neutral as I can and say we're living through a very challenging moment as a species and as a civilization. And why? Why are we going through this? Why are we, as awake, aware, conscious, thinking, questioning people, being put into this extraordinarily difficult, frustrating, ambiguous situation that seems to be escalating in all of those dimensions? Why? We can say for no reason. We can say, oh, it's just the direction that humanity is meant to go. I don't know. Or we can say, no, this purpose of this moment is to make, and this is the communities of men that I've been very fortunate to find myself in, and I've been very blessed to be able to contribute a lot to, is to say the purpose of this moment, the purpose of this suffering, let's call it, is to make us better. Is to make us better. And that has been true for my entire life, for all the things that I've been through that have been my forms of suffering. I've, using the power of faith and meaning, have used them to make myself better. And paradoxically, I could have only made myself better through that suffering. And that is the purpose of suffering. And if we want to engage in a full theological discussion about that, we can, because obviously there are at the very limits of human suffering, of which can get pretty extreme. There is a valid question to be asked, like what is the purpose of that, and then we can get into that. But we can certainly say that for the majority of the suffering that we experience as humans on earth, there is a purpose. There is a purpose to us, and faith gives us that. And so that's why I engage with these esoteric practices, to help reaffirm for myself when I'm tempted to be overwhelmed by the materialistic, reductionistic wave, to say, no, no, I do not consent to that perspective. That is not me. That is not who I am. It's not who I've ever been. I continue to believe and continue to have faith. And that gives me strength to stand up against um, many, many things.
Mhm. Yeah, a really common theme, I think, in traditional, in culture all over the world, what we may call more traditional cultures, was this idea of the cyclical nature of time,
Mm-hmm.
and in a way of the human, of societies, of time, of space. And if we look back, I mean, I think we can even see that in relatively modern history of the age of the Renaissance, which is interesting. That's also the name of your podcast.
Mm-hmm.
There was a Renaissance. There was a flowering, and a time of great openness and inquiry and change, and actually a longing and appreciation of these, what we now call esoteric practices,
Mm-hmm.
of the nature of what it means to be a human being. What is the nature of the human's place in the cosmos? And interestingly, that was followed by the Dark Ages,
Mm-hmm.
where there was just a destruction of all of these things, of a very rigid way of looking at the world,
Mm-hmm.
and some would argue a reductionist way of looking at that, a materialistic way that, as you put it, there is no spiritual dimension, and it seems like, however, why these things work, which again, I'm sure there's many ways of looking at that. It seems, also through this idea of suffering, which you mentioned, especially now, exacerbated by everything people are going through. But I think in a way things have been leading up to this.
Right.
These conditions that many people are dealing with, and they're things that I think often aren't talked about, but things like anxiety, depression, lack of purpose, lack of connection, isolation,
Mm-hmm.
lack of relationships, love relationships, family relationships, friend relationships. It seems like these esoteric practices that you're describing are, if not the remedy, certainly a remedy to again begin to look at the nature of what does it mean to be a human being.
Mm-hmm.
Because as you said, if we're only looking at the world through a materialistic way, that if I get this, then I'm going to be happy, and then I get that, and I'll be more happy, and then the ultimate goal is just to have these things and be in these positions. But inevitably, most people, and it's not to take away those things because they are important. We want
Mm-hmm.
comfort, we want a sense of stability. I mean, that's one side of the coin, which is very important. But the other side, I think, as you're describing the spiritual dimension, is equally, if not more important.
Mm-hmm.
And I would imagine in some of your travels, you've seen that. I mean, from a materialistic point of view, very often you see people who seemingly have very little, and yet, if we talk about it in a spiritual sense, they seem very complete, very happy, very whole. And it's not that
Mm-hmm.
they don't have problems,
Mm-hmm.
but there's a sense of wholeness there, and often that seems to coincide with a real inquiry into what is the nature of happiness, what is the nature of wholeness, what's the nature of being a human being. And often there is a spiritual ailment in those people of looking into themselves, looking into the nature of reality, and seeing things from a broader perspective of, okay, maybe I only have this, maybe there are only these things, but on a deeper level, there's something more, and I have access to that. So do you see that because again, I think it's interesting that you use this word renaissance. Do you feel like we're in this period of a renaissance, that these plants like ayahuasca, these esoteric traditions? I think a number of years ago I read that the best-selling author in the US was Rumi, which I found fascinating. that,
Wow.
that you
That's
know
okay.
there's a desire that people are having to connect to these things. So do you think, and I think you said it really well, and it's something that this work I think really points to, is this idea of suffering. While suffering sucks, nobody wants to
Right.
suffer, but that's often the thing that in a way forces us to go into these esoteric practices, or simply put, what does it mean to be a human being? What does it mean to be happy? What does it mean to be whole?
Yeah. People want to know, why is this happening to me, to someone I love, to us as a species? Why? That's the big question. And where do you go to find that question answered? And you can go to the scientists, and they will give you, you know, a bunch of materialistic causes, say this, and give the numbers and the data. And there is truth in that. There is truth in that, but that's only one side of the truth. There's another side of the truth, and that truth lies in spirit. What is the spiritual why that this is happening? And that can make people uncomfortable, because it's not like it's not like a math problem where there's one right answer. There is an intuitive sense of knowing that you land on for why such a thing is happening, and you land on it, and maybe it's not totally comfortable, but it still feels right. And someone else may come in and say, why are you thinking that? That doesn't make any sense. And then holding to that can be very difficult in the onslaught of everyday life, to hold on to that spiritual sense of knowing. And there's a lot of bias against people who are spiritually minded these days, especially. There seems to be an onslaught in some ways, and I believe that there has been. But acknowledging that truth and finding it, if only for oneself, brings such a profound sense of comfort and strength to people. And I don't think that that's up for debate. I think we can argue about the sociological impact of people having different faiths, and the potential conflict, the historical conflicts that have come about by different peoples and different faiths colliding, and the way their worldviews seem irreconcilable. We can have that discussion. But on an individual level, when someone is of true faith, it brings them a sense of strength and groundedness and stability that's able to radiate outwards into their immediate environment. Whether that be a particularly religious grandmother is the image that's coming to mind, or a curandero, or a monk, or just someone that we know that just seems to be someone that is able to express something in art of some higher truth that comes from their faith. These people are able to extend a sense of spiritual strength to everyone around them, and that comes from their faith. And they have their own doubts as well, but faith is the assertion of belief and purpose over doubt. It's like, my doubt says that this doesn't have purpose, but no, I reassert and I flex this muscle inside myself to say, I choose to have faith. And then that flexing of muscle, like when we're physically strong, we're more capable of serving those around us in a physical capacity. And when we're spiritually strong, we're more capable of serving those around us in a spiritual capacity, which I believe many people desperately need right now, desperately need. And so you talk about the Renaissance. I think it is absolutely unquestionable that for the past 100 years, humanity is going through a profound awakening. And you mentioned a great example, Pythagoras. If you wanted to become part of a Pythagorean mystery school and learn, maybe not even from him, maybe after Pythagoras passed away, so you wanted to become part of his mystery school and learn about his teachings, you had to come from wherever you were in the world and walk across the planet, and then you had to sit in silence for 2 years and pass all these different initiation degrees just to get to walk into the school, and then maybe they start teaching you, and then you spend the rest of your life mastering this material until you can reach the highest level, and then congratulations, you've learned the truth. Okay. The stuff that Pythagoras taught and this like the stuff that Thoth taught, the Emerald Tablet of Hermes Trismegistus, and all of these things, and the tarot and ayahuasca and all the stuff, you don't have to fight for it anymore. It's a click away on your laptop. You can get on a plane, you can fly to Peru, and you can participate in an esoteric healing tradition that was buried in the jungle for thousands of years. And there's no barriers to you doing that. Do you want to know Pythagoras' entire thing to the point that humanity knows it? Go to YouTube. You want to participate in deep esoteric meditation practices? You can buy a book. You can follow someone on Twitter. You can go to a retreat. All these things, these knowledge about human psychology, spirituality, mysticism, esotericism, all the stuff that was buried and hidden forever is now just right there on the surface. It's around all the time. And so for me, I look at that and say, a lot of people look at we were talking about what you mentioned, whether history is a cycle. And I think that there's a lot of tension right now between this idea that history is cyclical, which is the more indigenous and tribal worldview from around the world. So even the Norse pagans, for example, believed in a cyclical worldview because you look around at the natural world and it proceeds in cycles, right? So it's natural to draw that conclusion. Western philosophy tends to take a more linear view of things. With history having a beginning, middle, and an end. This is particularly reflected, for example, in the Christian tradition that is looking towards a sort of sense of end times, right? So the creation and death and resurrection of Jesus Christ, and then the end times. So that's linear. That's a linear story. So which is it? Is history linear or is history cyclical? Well, I think it's kind of both in some way, but certainly as we're looking at this moment and saying that, from a linear perspective, never has a time been in human history where this much esoteric knowledge was available almost effortlessly to so many. If you want to know, like I said, know about the spiritual dimension of reality, the two most reliable paths that I've found, that's not to say there aren't more, but the two that I found are ayahuasca and vipassana, both of which are available. There are hundreds of vipassana centers around the world. Go and you sit for 11 days. Tell me how you feel when you come back, and we'll have a discussion. But so if you want to know, that wasn't available to most humans 30 years ago, 40 years ago. But right now, you can put on Joe Rogan, put on the most popular, media thing, I think, property or whatever in all of human history, and he'll talk about ayahuasca, right? You can't. It's in the New York Times and The Economist. It's everywhere. This is unique in all of human history, that this much esoteric knowledge is available to everyone. And we take it for granted. We take it for granted. Stuff that people like imagine, a student trying to get into Pythagoras' mystery school a couple thousand years ago. Imagine what he had to go through. Or the Kabbalah, like imagine, or the tarot. Someone smuggling a pack of tarot cards, past some sort of guard or something like that. Oh, I hope he doesn't steal this from me, so I can pass it on to the next guy until the time comes. We don't have that anymore. You can go to Builders of the Adetum, BOTA.org, and you can sign up for their 15-year-long monthly correspondence course, and you can study all this stuff. It's, for what, $20 a month or something like that. So this is absolutely unique in human history. And so that's what I tell people. So we are living through a profound awakening. And if you look around or you read the news, don't read the news, but if you do read the news, it would seem that the exact opposite is true. So how do we reconcile this fact that some sort of human renaissance is happening? I'm an example. You're an example. There are probably hundreds of people listening who are example, and they know hundreds of people as well. How do we couple that with what seems to be going on in the socio-political sphere? I don't know. And that's the big ambiguity. That's the faith that says, okay, it's getting harder. I must have to get better. That is the best answer that I've got. I wish I had a better one.
Well, it's a fascinating thing too. Yesterday I was listening, and maybe we can talk about this more because I think you're also interested in martial arts. And I was
Yeah.
listening to an interview with Francis Ngannou, and he's soon going to be fighting for the heavyweight title of the UFC of mixed martial arts. And
Oh, wow.
he's this big dude. I mean, just a physical specimen. And he was on Joe Rogan, who you just mentioned, and it was very humbling listening to him because he grew up working in these like sand mines. You know,
Mm,
he was a kid and he had nothing. I mean, truly nothing. And every
mm,
day he was going, he couldn't even afford the school books, and he was working, you know, day in and day out. And but listening to him, there wasn't a sense of regret or anger. He actually looked at the world through this lens that's what gave me the idea to have a dream, to get out of that, you know. And now he's created this life for himself through his own hard work and dedication, where, you know, I mean, it was amazing. He was saying that, you know, like, I'm flying back to the US now, to America, which is my home, and I
mhm.
have a house, and, you know, I'm able to give back now. And just sheer humility, even in the way he spoke. I mean, he's learned English in the last couple of years, and he's almost speaking fluently, you know. And
Wow.
there was just no sign of like being a victim. And I think for most people, it would be very difficult to even imagine those kind of circumstances. And so I think, kind of to your point, it seems like we are in this strange stage of, perhaps for most people, our lives have become so relatively easy in a way. And that's probably going to be triggering to a lot of people, because it's not to take
It's true.
away that we all suffer. You know,
Right.
everyone has their own, you know, from a Christian point of view, that their own cross that they bear. But it seems like that could potentially be part of the Renaissance too, is that our lives have become so easy in a way, so complacent, that these very, you know, simple things that most of us take for granted. I mean, you know, it's one of the things that I really appreciated being in the jungle was, you know, one of the things I'm doing is I'm constantly fixing my roof, because it's this, you know, thatch roof. And if I'm not fixing it, or someone else isn't fixing it, it when it rains, and it rains a lot in the jungle,
Hmm.
then when I'm sleeping, I get wet. And that's something I think most of us don't take for granted. And it's this saying that we even have in English, you know, to have a roof over your head. What
Hmm.
an amazing thing. And yet,
Yeah.
how many people really appreciate that roof that's over their head? How many people appreciate that, you know, for the most part, when they turn on their tap, water magically comes out, and it's water
Hmm.
that you can drink. Again, for the
Yeah.
most part, there are some exceptions.
Right.
Um, one kind of notable case a few years ago, but, you know, for the most part, it's a water you can drink. You flip a switch, and these lights magically come on.
Hmm.
You go to the bathroom, and it just kind of magically disappears. You know, in the jungle, we or someone else is carrying these buckets of shit. You know, it's very visceral. Like, it
Yeah.
doesn't just go somewhere. It's work to bring water in. You have to go and get water. You know, these
Yeah.
really simple things. So what do you think is that balance? Because it seems like, on the one hand, our lives are very easy, and yet on the other hand, a lot of people are suffering, but they're maybe not suffering in the ways that like Francis Ngannou were suffering. They're suffering in these ways of this lack of purpose, these anxieties, these not feeling at peace. You know, as you described it, there's this split, this separation. And what's also fascinating is, sometimes I think we take those things to be like new phenomena, like, oh well, this is just something we're having to live with now. And yet,
Hmm.
as you're saying, these esoteric traditions were pointing to these very same things thousands of years ago, that humans were still dealing with these very same things.
Hmm.
And then, also, to the point you brought up, which is, you know, even 50, 100, 500 years ago, just finding one tradition may be like a miracle. Like, wow, now
That's
I
right.
have access to this thing.
Hmm.
Whereas now, we have access to almost everything. So I think
Yeah.
also a lot of people are struggling, like, where do I begin? Like, what is real? Even with a lot of social media and technology, there's almost like an anxiety that's created from an overabundance of material and information. And I think a lot of people feel kind of lost, like, where do I even start?
Hmm. Hmm.
So yeah, I know
Well,
that's kind of a big question, but maybe
no, no.
because a lot of that is, that duality of, is life too easy? Is it too hard? Is there too much information? Is there too little information?
Hmm.
And how to begin to navigate that.
Well, I think I hear this a lot. Listening in the world of, I guess you'd say, male personal development, which is where my brand, the Renaissance of Men, is. There are a lot of men in this world, and we'll get into it later, I'm sure, who say things like, "Your life is so easy. Pull it together and recognize everything that you have." Right? And there is truth to that. But what I think is less obvious is that people in the West right now, while they are materially more prosperous than any people in history, even, and this will definitely trigger some people, even people we consider poor in this country, of course not homeless, but people we consider poor have televisions and, like you say, running water and electricity. I mean, these are things that poor people, authentically poor people around the world, lack. I've been to some outlying towns in Mongolia and some places in Colombia and the nation of Vanuatu, the Pacific island nation of Vanuatu, some outlying islands in that archipelago. And they don't have television or power. They are subsistence farmers, right? And so we have this distorted notion of what it means to be poor in many ways. There is reality to it, but certainly there's a degree of material prosperity that we are blessed to have, very blessed to have, that is ahistorical in its scope. And thank God for that. But that material prosperity comes with a crushing spiritual burden. A crushing spiritual burden. If I could use a bit of a vernacular, I would say that unbeknownst to us in the West, certainly in America, I can't speak for Europe, but it seems it's probably true in Europe as well. Unbeknownst to us, we have, in effect, made a deal with the devil. And we have sold our souls in exchange for material prosperity, which is the only thing that anyone ever sells their souls for. That's what you sell your soul for. The devil, and I don't mean to make a theological argument here. I'm speaking, I can go into the theological dimensions of it if you'd like, but let's just say that I'm speaking metaphorically right now. The devil is materialism, as in consumerism, as in buying things, and of having physical stuff. And we sell our souls when we give what is spiritually priceless in exchange for what has a defined material price. And in the West, we have sold our souls, our spiritual, our emotional and spiritual well-being. And this deal was made long before any of us were born. We were born into the deal. Our society sold its soul. Again, I'm speaking metaphorically, but I can also speak theologically if you want. Sold our soul for this material prosperity. And so now many of us in this modern age, even before 2020, even in 2019 and before, many of us, like you said, we're feeling this depression, this anxiety, this alienation, these feelings of, what does it all mean? Maybe I'll just buy more stuff to make myself happy. That is indicative. You can have a mansion. I've been very blessed to do men's work with groups like the Mankind Project, which is a wonderful men's organization. And I would work with men very often who would have Mercedes and Mercedes Benzes and nice clothes and the expensive watch and all that, but were so spiritually impoverished that had no sense of who they were as a person, who they were as a man, but they had all the things and they had all the toys. And certainly that's not unique to men. There are many people that consume various things. It doesn't even have to be material possessions. It can be food, it can be video games, it can be pornography or alcohol, who consume these material things to try and numb this or medicate this spiritual pain, the spiritual burden. And I think that's something that now we're becoming very aware of, is the spiritual poverty of the West. How does, and the esoteric traditions, all of them, I think can begin to reinvigorate, to recreate some spiritual wealth in the West. And that's why I believe that they're of value, because you can recognize that, okay, I have gone to the end of the road of acquiring material possessions and found, as Buddha taught, there is no satisfaction to be found in the material. You must look to the spiritual for satisfaction. And so now we're having this awakening, at least in the West, which is the culture that I'm familiar with, of the need to begin acquiring spiritual wealth. And what does that mean? And as you've seen, and as I've been blessed to see, there are people who have, in the world, who have very little materially, but have this great wealth spiritually. And I don't know that it's one to one. Certainly there are monks who are called to own nothing at all and are spiritually very fulfilled, but not all of us are called to be monks. The rest of us are called to live somewhere in the balance of, how much material stuff do I need in order to be comfortable, to manage my household and my family, and yet also to not be burdened by the material and to be spiritually free. And for those of us who aren't called to the monastic path, that is our task, to find that balance in ourselves, independent of anyone else's guidance. Because if, as soon as we turn on any screen at all, that screen will attempt to convince us that we need more material things than we actually do. And so there is a process of separation, of going away, of reconnecting with ourselves internally, with finding those sources of spiritual wealth, cultivating them, which requires faith, and then using that knowledge that we've cultivated to say, maybe I'll begin pushing back on the material in just a little way. Maybe I don't need that. Maybe I can read a book instead of watching the show on Netflix that all my friends are watching. Maybe I'll try and drink a little less. Maybe I'll go to the gym a little more, because exercise is not just, about the materialistic pleasures of it. It's about the spiritual cultivation for many men that I know, myself included. And so I think when you speak about this UFC fighter, he was forced to discover and cultivate spiritual wealth within himself to triumph over materially poor circumstances. His life, his upbringing, his unique character gave him that opportunity. And he was able to use that spiritual wealth to become fit and powerful and dedicated and devoted and disciplined. And he was able to then use that spiritual wealth to create material wealth for himself. But what's beautiful about him, as you say, is that he never lost sight of the value of everything he has around him. Like, I live in America. I have a house. I grew up with nothing. And he hasn't lost himself in the material, which is really, really beautiful, because obviously it's very easy to do that as well, to cultivate the spiritual wealth, to use it to improve your material circumstances, and then get lost in the material circumstance. So you go from one form of unconsciousness to the other. But it sounds like he's been able to hold his integrity, I guess you might say, and hold his character. And that's, if we're going through anything as a civilization right now, as men and women of the West, for those of us who have been spiritually impoverished, as I know many are, to begin cultivating those sources of spiritual wealth, because I think, as we're all seeing, the material world has very distinct plans for us that are not for our benefit. And I would imagine that anyone who's listening to this is sympathetic to that idea at the very least. And I think that's why this moment perhaps exists, is to guide us. I was going to say force, but that's not the word. To guide us further inward to discover sources of spiritual wealth, because it's with spiritual wealth that we begin pushing back on the increasing demands of the material.
So when you left the temple, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, but that's when you started this, I believe, 4-year journey around the world. So what was the driving force behind that? You mentioned you had been doing this inner work, and now you were curious about the outer world. So what was drawing you to go on that journey? And did you have an idea it would be that long? Was that a goal you set for yourself? And then what, I mean, I know it's hard to, talk about or even wrap 4 years into a short conversation, but what are some of the things that you took away from that you learned from from going to all of these places. Because, that's
Hmm.
something I also did. It wasn't 4 years, but it was 2 years. And, um, it was often very fascinating because people would sometimes ask me, like, how did you manage to travel around the world for 2 years? And I think I left with just over $1,000.
Wow.
I mean, I think that was back in 2007, so there's been a little inflation, I guess, since then. But
A little bit.
um, but what was funny is, I didn't have a plan. I thought I would just be gone for a few months. It was kind of this serendipitous thing where my roommate was South African at the time, and she invited me to go to South Africa. And I happened to get fired from my job at that point. And, I found a really cheap plane ticket and I went there. And then I found another ticket to Bali. And then from there, I just traveled over land or over water, and it turned into 2 years. And I was very careful planning with how much money I had. And but the fascinating thing is, I was never very worried about it. And at the end, I actually came back, which is crazy. I came back with more money than when I started with. But it seemed like there was something, and I know this may sound weird for some people, but it seemed like there was something that was allowing me, or allowing that journey to unfold. And not that it was
Hmm.
free, not that it didn't take work. I mean, I was sleeping outside a lot of times. I was, eating on the street. It wasn't like, peachy rosy. I wasn't staying in, five-star resorts all the
Right, of course.
time. But it felt like there was something that was kind of holding me or supporting me in that journey, that was trying to teach me something. And I think, as you mentioned earlier, travel is one of, and again, it's not everybody's path. None of these
Right.
things are universal. Some people are drawn to it, some people aren't. Some people just love being in their house, and that's a beautiful thing too. We
Hmm.
can learn. I used to date this girl, and she was asking me about that travel, and she, at the end, I was telling her all these things, and she was like, yeah, that's amazing. She was like, I feel like I can learn all of those things just from my garden.
Hmm.
And
Yep.
I was like, yeah, I don't have I don't have an answer for that. That's probably true. But obviously, one of the things that I think that is very beneficial about travel is that, in the same way of plant medicine, is it begins to expand our consciousness, and not in some weird new agey way. It's just, we see things from a different point of view. Many of
Hmm.
the beliefs or patterns that have been ingrained in us, we're forced to confront those, we're forced to question those. We see people living in different ways, we see people have different values. We begin to put things in a more relative perspective, and I think that's hugely beneficial, because I think so much of our pain and suffering comes from these very rigid belief systems. And I think most of us, we don't even realize we have them. They're just, as you
Hmm.
said, it's something that's ingrained in us. It's something that the way we've been brought up. And when we remove ourselves from that, when we kind of put ourselves out there in kind of this openness, this expanse of, I don't know what tomorrow is going to hold. I don't know what the next day is. It's not a routine per se. Something begins to shift in us. We begin to open and see life in a different way. So, yeah, I would be curious, because 4 years is a long time. There's
Hmm.
probably very few people who've really done that, and what that meant to you, and what are some of the things you took from that.
Well, my desire to travel was born, well, born, I don't know that I can say that it was born, it was always a part of me. And the first time that I discovered it was actually Y2K, year 2000, that New Year's Eve. My sister took me to a rave here in Phoenix, and I was visiting at the time. I didn't live in Phoenix. Went to a rave, and she gave me an ecstasy pill. It was the first time I'd ever done drugs, really. I mean, I'd smoked weed before because I lived in California, but it wasn't something that ever agreed with me. That was the first time I'd ever like taken a pill, and I remember, you know, the great depths that my mind expanded to that night, and I remember having this really clear sense that came out of nowhere that I wanted to see the world. Now, my family never traveled. We never went anywhere. Travel was not a value of my family or my extended family. Never really been anywhere. It wasn't something, as I said, that I grew up with. And it wasn't something that I felt lacking either. It wasn't like, oh, mom, dad, I wish we would go to Disneyland, or I wish we'd go here or there. Like I never grew up with it. I never grew up wanting it. But then suddenly on this expanded state, I realized that there was this desire within me to explore the world. And I didn't put it there. I don't know where it came from. It was just a part of me. And for the next 15 years, I held that desire and continued following that path and never released it, never let it go, never gave up on it, never made any decisions that would compromise my ability to do that. So there were times when I wanted to get married and have kids, and I knew that doing that wouldn't allow me to travel in the way that I wanted to alone. And there were some definite times where it's like, wow, should I just give up on this? Should I settle down? Should I make these decisions? Or, I lived in San Francisco, and rather than living, for example, in a nice apartment downtown where people would live, I lived out on Treasure Island, which, for those of you who don't know, the Bay Area is an island that sits in the middle of the Bay Bridge, which connects Oakland to San Francisco. It's a former naval base where they converted the housing from Navy barracks into sort of townhomes. So I lived where the officers would have lived, and the housing was built in whatever, like the 1930s or something, the other 40s. Most of the island is abandoned. Well, it's all torn down now because they're redeveloping it. But at the time, most of the island was literally an abandoned Navy base, like rotting warehouses and fenced off things of machinery and like, super industrial, almost like post-apocalyptic. Like parts of the island literally looked like you'd see in The Walking Dead. Like quite honestly, most of the island was dark, and it was very isolated. And if you didn't have a car, you had to take a 24-hour bus, and 50% of the people who lived out there were Section 8 public housing. So it's not a nice neighborhood. I loved living there. I loved my place. It was very quiet, and I had like a peekaboo view of the city skyline and gorgeous sunsets and everything. But certainly, like, I could have lived in nicer places, but I lived there for 12 years. And I saved, and I made decisions that never compromised, as hard as it was, that never compromised on my opportunity to travel. So that when 2015 finally came around, that I went through this big break, this big shift, it was really a process of, oh wow, I've been blessed with the means to do this. Do I have the strength within myself to claim the thing that I say I've always wanted? Here is the opportunity in front of me, and I have to say yes. I have to say yes to it. But saying yes to it will cost me, when I say cost me everything, I don't mean in this dramatic kind of way, cost me my life kind of thing, but like, no, I'll have to say goodbye to everyone I care about. I have to say goodbye to everything that I've invested in San Francisco, all of my belongings. I'm not going to keep my furniture or my car. I may actually traveling lose my life, for circumstances far beyond my ability to choose. That's the risk I choose to take. And I looked at that situation and said, this is what I've always wanted. This is what I believe I'm actually built and when I say designed for, what I'm actually made to do. Okay, I'm going to do it. And so what I described it is I took everything that I had and I pushed all in. It's like, I'm all in, and I will stick with this until I can no longer do it anymore, or until I get a message to stop. And when I started, I thought I'd be gone for like 9 months or a year, no big deal, right? Well, as I continued following the path and following the thread, just going where my intuition guided me, it ended up being 4 years, much to my surprise. And as a matter of fact, and here's how wild things can be sometimes, I left San Francisco March 21st, 2016, and I moved into this apartment that I'm in right now, formally concluding my journey 4 years later on March 21st, 2020. Like it was exactly 4 years when I actually moved in, and then the lockdown happened. So I was like, oh, well, that worked out just in time. But so that was my opportunity to say, wow, I've really wanted this. I've dreamed about this. I've made all these decisions that lead up to it. And then now is the moment for me to claim it and actually live it through. And okay, yes, I'm doing that. And it was I look back on it and I remember how hesitant I was to do that. I remember the moment when I bought the plane ticket, because buying a plane ticket is the actual concrete action that initiates the chain of events, because I was kind of lagging. I knew I had, 2 months or so until I wanted to leave, and I have all this stuff to do. And so, but I knew until I bought a plane ticket that it wasn't real. And so it's so funny how, you can pull it up on the website and get it all, tailored to the exact right time and stuff. And then the actual clicking of the buy button, this mouse click initiates this whole chain of events, that was to follow in some way. And I love that. This little simple motion of a finger just triggers this enormous thing. So what did I get out of it? Well, there's a lot of hindsight to it. But I could say that I didn't go traveling to find myself. That wasn't my intention. I did ultimately end up finding myself in a sense, because how can you not learn incredible things about yourself with this constant state of novelty, trying to establish some amount of consistency in myself and being exposed to all these new environments. But a lot of my intention was, I would have said at the time that I was looking for God, which is kind of cheesy, but I didn't know how to articulate what it was that I was feeling. And in looking back, what I actually wanted was, I wanted to see for myself. I wanted to see for myself. Like, don't just tell me about the world or show me on TV or look on a website. Like, there's nothing wrong with any of those things. But I want to see for myself. Like, I want to go into my own mind and see what's going on there for myself. And I want to go into these communities, or go into these countries, or go into these regions and see for myself what's going on. I want to see for myself what's at the top of the mountain, or what it's like sailing across the ocean, or what it's like riding on a camel or an elephant, or what it's like sleeping in a yurt. Like, let me experience the world for myself and draw my own conclusions. And I was very blessed to get to do that. And one of the things that ended up happening for me after all that time of traveling was, a lot of people will get to travel for 2 to 3 weeks, or sometimes 3 months is a long trip that people will take if they're adventurous. Some people will get the chance to live overseas for a year. And in the shorter amount of trips, there's, and this is one of the great blessings that came to me in my life out of this, the shorter amount of trips, it's very easy to be overwhelmed by a sense of novelty. Like, oh, look at that advertisement, or that tree, or look at that dude over there. Everything's new and fresh, and it's really, really exciting. And that's a really wonderful thing, to discover novelty. But I traveled for long enough that the novelty of the environments wore off. So I started to be able to see through the novelty of every environment, and the light side, I guess you might say, of the world, which is what we go to travel for. We go to travel for the light side of the world, and when we travel, we're generally insulated from the dark side of the world. No one wants to go to a vacation spot and be confronted with the poverty that generally lives on the other side of the walls of the resort. Like, we can talk about that separately, but usually that's, people try to be insulated. And particularly when you go to South America, there's a very well-defined tourist trail that many backpackers will follow to the highlight places, and that's as much designed to protect the backpackers from seeing the shadow side of the world that they're visiting, as it is to protect the people that live in that quote-unquote shadow side from having to interact with the entitled attitude of many of the backpackers. So there's a lot of mutuality there. Well, I traveled for long enough and in enough places that I started to be able to get better at navigating off the beaten path. And also I tend to be a very open, friendly guy, like, not sort of like just open eye contact, body language, all these things can work wonders, because many people come overseas with a very closed attitude, unfortunately. And I was like, I just want to see. I don't got any judgment, I just want to see. But I also learned over time to see past the light side and see into the shadow side of the world. And that may sound dark, but it's actually not. It's actually very, very beautiful to witness for myself that just like I have a shadow, you have a shadow, everyone around us has a shadow, nations have a shadow, cultures have a shadow, and we all share this human experience of light and dark. And it's the furthest thing from a judgment thing. It's a real landing in the spiritual reality of nobody's perfect, and we're all in this together, and we're all trying to figure it out. And I had grown up, of course, living in San Francisco with this idea that, you know, I, as a man, am responsible for all the evils in the world, and America is the most evil nation in the world, and everyone else is this and that. And the thing is I got to see for myself that all of these cultures have unique struggles of their own. They all have unique struggles of their own in their own ways, and many people look to the struggles in America still and say, we want those struggles. So it was a very profound experience of recognizing the blessings that I had come from, and also honoring the people for their own struggles, and recognizing that we are all in this together as one human family. And if I hadn't traveled for as long as I had, I wouldn't be able to see that. And having done so, even through some very difficult circumstances where I was taken advantage of, where I was actively exploited and lied to and deceived and all these things, I still recognize that these human beings are my brothers, and they're my sisters, and I feel a deep sense of affinity to humanity and the human race, and our shared efforts to figure it out, that I don't think I would have felt otherwise. And you talk about the things that I took away from my travels. It was this recognition of being able to look into these countries and to see, what are they struggling with? What burdens are they suffering under? How can I serve, even in some little way, this person who has their own struggle, and not see them as an other? How can I see them like me? But then also, how can I also maintain myself instead of lowering myself to somebody out of some sense of shame, like they may be tempted to do for me? Say, no, I come with my own set of struggles, you come with your set of struggles, and we are equals. And it can be very difficult for travelers to hold that balance. Many travelers are very quick to shame themselves, right? Because they feel a sense of guilt, or privilege, I suppose would be the word that would be used, though I don't particularly like that word. And that doesn't serve anybody. That doesn't make the other person feel seen, right? And in the same token, other travelers can be very like, oh, look, they're suffering in this poverty and blah, 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 terrible judgment. And it's like, well, that doesn't help anybody either. But to be able to learn how to navigate both of those inside myself, and question my prejudice isn't the word, question my perceptions of others, and question my own judgments of myself, was an incredibly powerful gift that allowed me to, as we've been saying, integrate. And so I walked away absolutely transformed by that experience. And so now, in a lockdown world, I'm able to mirror that to people, and it's like a gift that I'm able to pass on, in the hopes that other people will get to experience the world that way someday.
Were there things you were actively exploring? Like, were there esoteric traditions you were exploring? Was that where you found Vipassana, or were there other things you were doing? Or you were really just trying to absorb and experience every culture as you found it?
A bit of both. I had my own. If I felt like there was something that I was afraid to do, I would generally do it. So if that sounds scary in a good way, you know what I mean? Like maintain, like not, senseless risk taking, but like, oh, okay. Okay, I've never tried San Pedro. Let's do that. Okay, I went to a mountain climbing school. Actually, when I was at the temple, one of the guys I met at the temple had done this mountain climbing school in India called the Himalayan Mountaineering Institute. He told me about it literally on the walk out to the temple. And so I filed that away in my mind, said, well, that sounds really scary, 2 weeks literally up at base camp in the Himalayas, learning to mountain climb at 15,000 feet. Okay, I'll go do that. So I ended up doing that a couple years later. And so there were esoteric traditions that I would pursue when they presented themselves, if they obviously presented themselves. But that didn't always happen. There were some opportunities that did, like, for example, there's all kinds of stuff you can go do in Goa and India or in Bali and stuff like that. And so I would go when they presented themselves. But for the most part, if I didn't feel an open invitation, for example, in a place like Japan, Shintoism is a thing. I didn't see any opportunities to participate, for example, in Shinto retreats. I didn't experience Japan maybe there are, but I didn't encounter any of them, so I didn't go looking for them. If they presented themselves to me, I took that as an invitation. So I answered invitations when they came up, but in general, my travels were attempting to quiet myself as much as possible and really take in the environments that I was in, and maintain a sense of curiosity to them. Like, what is this trying to communicate to someone who isn't me? Because as a Westerner, just taking Japan as an example, that culture it can be very opaque to Westerners, and because it wasn't designed with Westerners in mind. Obviously, it's not like going to a place like France or Spain or something like that, where the architecture and some of the philosophies are part of my own upbringing and tradition. You go to a place like Japan or China, it's literally like going to another planet in many ways, and those, of course, are not the only examples. So looking at these environments that I'm in and recognizing that everything is trying to communicate something to someone who isn't me, it has meaning. The symbol, the architectural symbolism, the particularly Buddhist art or Hindu art, stuff like that, the symbolism is meant to communicate people from within that culture. What could that be trying to say? And trying to listen on that side of the dialogue. And I found that was profoundly transformative as well. And so if I didn't find the chance to participate in esoteric traditions or feel an invitation, even being in that environment was itself an invitation to participate in the tradition, if I could be sensitive enough. And I was very fortunate that the amount of inner work that I had done and continued to do through that process enabled me to be more sensitive than I evaluated many of my fellow travelers to be. And that's just a byproduct of the age, I think, of a lot of people when they go traveling, and I happen to be a little bit older, so I brought a different set of values.
Was there anywhere that really stood out for you, or it just everywhere has its own unique quality, and you were really able to appreciate everywhere equally in that way?
Um, yeah, I mean, I think the place that there were yes, and every place did have its own unique quality, and I can speak at length about many of the places I visited. I think some of my favorite experiences were, Medellin in Colombia. I loved Medellin, loved Colombia in general. I love Japan. I had an amazing time in New Zealand. I almost moved there. Got to explore that whole country. It's a very small country, and but I did get to see quite a lot of it. I miss it, actually. I spent time in Mongolia, and that's an amazing place with a lot to teach us, particularly as you go out into the countryside and you experience a way of life that's been fundamentally unchanged for thousands of years. Nomadic herders and yurts with no electricity. The only running water comes from a river, and maybe they have modern clothes and a motorcycle, but other than that, they burn yak dung for fuel, and subsistence farming with herds, and that's it. I mean, you can feel how ancient it is, and look up into the sky, and there's not even a contrail in the sky because it's so Central Asia that airplanes don't even fly over. So it's really like time traveling in that way. But the place that I like to talk about the most is China, because I spent a couple months in China, and this may sound very contradictory, but I think China and the United States are two countries that have tons in common. It may not seem that way on the surface, and I was surprised to discover this myself, but China and the U.S. are very, very similar in some paradoxical ways.
Yeah, in what ways? Because I also felt to some degree it was in a way like the most foreign place I had been. Like even the language, wherever I would go, I would almost always be able to pick up the language, at least to some degree, for simple things, purchasing, hello, things like that. But in
Yeah.
China, it was very difficult, and it was
No, yeah.
one of those blocks. But I also I think I also see what you're saying. Well, what are some of the kind of like in a spiritual sense, like the drive of the people, the sense of a nation, of a pride. What did you find to be similar between the U.S. and China?
Well, the first thing that I found is that the Chinese people were incredibly friendly and curious, just big smiles, because many people in China they've never seen a white person or a European person or a Western person. And so me walking around with a red beard and tattoos and being over 6 feet tall, like I stand out in a crowd. And so many people would want to take selfies with me. It felt like being a celebrity. And I had experienced that in other countries, but the Chinese people were so lovely about it. They were so polite and had these big smiles, like literally did feel like a celebrity. So it never felt really burdensome because they were just so charming. And they so wanted to have a conversation with me. They really wanted to talk to me. And I really wanted to talk to them, but I didn't speak Mandarin, and Google Translate was good for having very basic, heavily simplified conversations, but that was the one time I really, really wished that I spoke Mandarin. So, and my experience of Americans and many people's experience of Americans, especially when they visit America, is that Americans are incredibly friendly people, very, very friendly people to foreigners overseas. They hear an accent and that light up, and it was the same in China. I think the other thing is just how complicated China is as a country, that there are all these different geographic regions with different, I guess you'd say, microcultures that all interact and have all been unified under this one kind of homogenizing government banner. But that really every distinct region of China has its own cultural distinctiveness in terms of cuisine and traditions and dress. That was, once the communist government arrived, tried to eliminate as much of those differences as possible, and was thankfully not hugely successful with that. But to travel around different regions is to really experience different nations in a way. And then there's the relationship that the Chinese people have with their government, which is complicated, as same in the United States. And then the fact that China is very walled off culturally from the rest of the world. They have the Great Firewall, which actually blocks their access to much of the internet as we understand it. But they also have this massive cultural engine. They have their own Hollywood, they have their own recording industry, they have their own cultural traditions in terms of the arts. So much, in fact, that their interest is really only in the most blockbuster stuff coming out of the United States. And the US is very similar in that we don't really get too much of the rest of the world's culture. We have our own cultural production, our own culture engine. We don't import a lot of culture, but we export. And China doesn't import a whole lot or export a whole lot, but they do have their own. And those are just some of the ways that I found the two countries actually have a lot in common. And it's my sincere belief that if the American people, and this is probably true for most nations around the world, if the American people and the Chinese people were to actually meet, they'd get along famously. If you could like magically erase the language barrier, they would find so much in common in terms of family and tradition and eating, sharing a meal, and respect, and honoring, and all these things. But it's unfortunately our governments that I would have said that they were at odds at one point. Now that's another conversation. But we'll just say that they're at odds, and that I've found to be true more times than I expected, was how much the peoples of the world generally have in common with each other on a fundamental level, and how much conflict is created by governments. And it's a sad fact of the ages that we live in, just how much, if people were given the chance to see each other, that would really change things. And so that was very powerful to recognize that of the two most powerful nations on earth, who might seem to be very different in many ways, actually had a lot that was fundamentally in common.
One of the the interesting things I remember when I was traveling, it was sometimes people would say and I never really liked this saying, because I felt there was a little bit of arrogance in it, but there was truth in it too, which was this idea that the difference between a traveler and a tourist is a traveler doesn't have a return ticket. And there's a different quality when one is just, as you said, just kind of wandering and allowing life to take one in whatever direction that may
Right.
be. And I was listening to something the other day, and they said this statement of, many Americans, for better or for worse, have this idea that the US is the greatest country. And this person was saying that's usually from people who have never left the country. And I often, to me, there was arrogance also in that statement. And
Hmm.
from my perspective, I think that is one of the differences between, again, this idea of a tourist and a traveler. I think a lot of times, and I see it a lot in South America, I've seen it all over the world, is when people do come down, as you said, to potentially South America, just using it as an example, when you go on what one may call like the tourist trail, and one has an allotted time and these destinations, there's often this idealization of what they're seeing. And I think,
Hmm.
as you very wisely said, you don't see the other side. You don't see maybe the shadow side of that. And I think a lot of people see that, and then they bring that back. Again, just using the US as an example, they
Yeah.
bring that back and then they idealize these countries. And their
Hmm.
whole view of the country is, well, it's so beautiful and the people are so nice and there's all these great things.
Right.
And I think that's what that guy was talking about is, many potentially Americans, they haven't left, and they do have this idea that the US is the greatest country, or these people who have traveled and seen the good side of countries and also have this idea that, maybe the US isn't the greatest country. There's all these other countries that are potentially better. They have all of these other things. What I found for myself, and I'd be curious, of your take, is I think when one really begins to go out into the world and see both the light and the dark, as you said,
Hmm.
there's a real appreciation of where we come from. And I remember I was in Turkey one time, and I met this amazing couple, and they had never had kids. I didn't ask why, but there was something around that. And so they would host a lot of people, and they found it really fascinating just learning from other cultures. And I think they took a real joy, almost like this paternal, or kind of the quality of like caring for these people. And but I was sitting with the husband one day, and it was really beautiful, and it was something that always stuck with me. And he said the greatest journey is the return home.
Hmm.
And my sense is that if people really do go out and see the world, and as we were talking about a little bit in the beginning, um, this idea of coming back and realizing like all of the beauty that we actually have access to, and all of the good of the country. And
Hmm.
much as you were saying, like the media, it's I think, as you very wisely said, like, don't watch the media, because it is this message. It's this
Yeah.
constant almost indoctrination of how bad the country is, all of the faults, all of the things that are wrong. And obviously those are important, like those need to be addressed, but it's
Hmm.
not putting it in a greater perspective, which I think when people
Yes.
really do go out, they actually see, much like we were talking about, like that guy Francis Ngannou. Okay, maybe I am relatively poor, but I do have a house. I do have access to some degree of education. I have access to the internet. I have running water. I may not be buying the best food, but I'm not starving. I
Hmm.
may not have a ton of excess money, but I have the basics. I have the necessities, and I live in a place where, of course, we're not all equal. No society in the history of the world has ever been and will ever be equal, because that's
That's right.
just a principle of nature that doesn't exist. But we have an opportunity, much like you and I are sitting here right now. We've we've been raised in a culture, in a society that, as you said, I also don't necessarily like that word privilege, because I think it's very subjective and it's used in kind of deleterious ways. But there's truth
Yes.
to
Great.
that, in that we have, through seemingly on the surface, no action of my own, been born into a culture that's given me these amazing opportunities. And it's not that we don't struggle. As you said, you made sacrifices to live in a certain way, to do those things. But the vast majority of people in the world will never have that opportunity because they don't live in a culture or society that, one, promotes those, or two, gives them the opportunity to really rise out of that. And it's so I guess that's one part. And then this is just kind of coming to my mind too. I think that's one of the real teachings of working with plants
Hmm.
is it allows one to begin to see all of the things that they actually have rather than the things that they don't have. To see, as you said, this idea of suffering, that these can also be truly our blessings, and to take that and then to go live our lives, to live our lives in a way that has meaning,
Hmm.
that is able to serve, that's able to promote the good, as you said, the light, and not to ignore the shadow, but to identify it, to be really clear on what that is, and then create a way of life where we are not on an individual level propagating those same things, that we're in
Hmm.
essence being the change that we want to see. So I know that's kind of a long question, but I
That's
guess
great.
on the most basic level, like your experience of traveling and that relationship of then coming back to a country like the U.S. and what that's been like for you.
Hmm. Well, you're touching on issues that I'm very passionate about, and I've spent a lot of time thinking about. And I can come at it from all different angles because this was my own work to process and integrate what I had experienced. I think the first thing that I want to say very briefly is that I don't actually disrespect tourists. I know there's a lot of discussion on the traveler trail, so to speak, about I'm not a tourist, I'm a traveler, I'm a backpacker, or whatever. It's like, look, if we're overseas, we're all tourists. We're all tourists. Like, we don't live there. The traveler is an archetype that we aspire to. It's a guide star. I don't know that we ever actually achieve it in that way. Like there are people who are pure tourists who go and they go on a very shepherded experience where they go out into the world and they will see a thing and then they're shepherded back. I know that a lot of people who travel look down on them like, oh, look at them in their buses, with their backpacks, and the tourists always seem very scared and alienated. And the thing is I always felt such intense gratitude for them because it would have been incredibly easy for them to stay home, for them not to go anywhere, for them not to try and experience something outside. For them, it's an enormous risk. It's an enormous risk, maybe health wise, maybe physically, maybe financially, to actually take the smallest baby step that they could outside of their home environment and get on a plane and go do a thing. Now, a lot of tourists bring a lot of, shitty attitudes with them, but guess what? A lot of backpackers do too. I saw some unconscionable behavior from backpackers. It's like, why are you digging in? Why are you getting so angry at this person at the front desk at this hostel in Medellin? You're in Medellin, Colombia. Like, what could you possibly have to be upset about? Like, I didn't say that, but it was like, what are you like? Look at we're in literally paradise. How could you be upset? Like, so you've been traveling all night. Like, you're not sitting in a meeting. Like, calm down. So, the notion of a bad attitude isn't exclusive to tourists. And I found that there was such a strong sense that I found very distasteful between people who had this self-identified vision of a traveler in a capital T sense that allowed them to feel a sense of elitism over their fellow human being. Like, oh no, I'm a traveler and they're just a tourist. And I never got to write about it for my blog, but I always thought that sort of entitled attitude I always thought that was kind of ugly, and I always made an effort to be as polite and friendly to everyone that I could when I traveled, even to the extent that they were there were people that did not want to be polite and friendly to me, but so I did my best. But just about that issue, because it's something I've thought a lot about. Just to not get over attached to this image of oneself as a traveler, because as soon as the journey becomes about you and your identity, you've now separated from your environment. Oh, look at how great I am. Oh, like, well, you're missing something. You know what I mean? And certainly there's room to be proud of oneself. Like, I want to share, if I could, a story from my time at the temple during one of my ceremonies. I think this was around the first 3 or 4 nights were quite chaotic, as ayahuasca is a purgative, so all the stuff starts coming out, of every possible orifice and way that it can come out. Physical toxins being purged from the body. I'm very fortunate that I've sat in 15 ceremonies and I've only vomited once, and that was because I set this intention to, I was really dumb in hindsight. I found I'm embarrassed, not at the temple, but I felt so blessed by some of the healing that I had received. I wanted to open myself up to heal something that was out there in the universe. Like I felt I'd been given a gift, so I wanted to give back, and that was a bad idea. Nonetheless, I spoke the intention, and I got way more than I bargained for, and that's the one ceremony in 15 that I actually vomited from because I was so disoriented. But I made a deal with my body during my ayahuasca ceremonies. I said, okay, look, if I absolutely must vomit, I will. If we can do this any other way, let's do it that way. And my body was like, okay. So I would shake and sweat and stretch and cry and, lots of shaking just as the energy's coming out. And that was the first 3 days. But then sometime around the fourth ceremony, I remember sitting, the wave had passed. I was sitting up on my mat. Maybe I was smoking some tobacco or putting some flower water, I forget the term, over myself, one of the many rituals, and I'm just sitting there kind of quietly in the disorientation, and I hear this voice in my head, in my own voice, say, "I'm such a failure." And I'm like, "What was that?" And it's like this butterfly that's flying away. I'm like, reach out and I grab it, like, "What was that?" And I grab it and I, like, in my hands, like, it was my voice saying this to myself, very quietly whispered in the back of my mind. Do I believe this about myself? Do I actually believe that I'm a failure? And it was powerful enough to recognize that this was something that I had quietly been subconsciously whispering to myself. And I sat with that belief now, and I looked at it and I said, wow, am I actually a failure? And I realized that, wait a minute, I'm sitting down here in South America in an ayahuasca center, having fulfilled my dream of initiating my backpacking around the world that I've always wanted. And I sold all my stuff and I did it, and I'm here and I'm alive. By any definition that means anything to me, I'm the opposite of a failure. I survived. And I was able to, then this huge wave of explosion of crying, of a memory that came up of where that initially came from, of when I was a young boy, watching my parents fight and wanting to, was maybe 5 or 7 years old, wanting them to stop fighting because you want mom and dad to stop fighting, and then failing at that, and then internalizing, as children do in this solipsistic way, that it somehow has something to do with me. I internalized that I was a failure, and I carried that forward through the next 30 years of my life. And I saw all the ways that self-limiting belief that was very adaptive in the moment, because it kept me from intervening between my parents' relationship. It kept me safe, but it became maladaptive as I became an adult, because carrying around this belief that I'm a failure will naturally lead to failure. If you believe that about yourself, or I believed it about myself, and I would see the things that I put my passion and energy to not come to the fruition that I wanted. I was struggling against myself in that way. So in that moment, I was able to release that belief and cry and shake and sweat it out, and felt very liberated from that belief, to recognize, like, I am not a failure. Like the movie Inception, I took that belief, that little top that was spinning inside the safe of my life, and I took it and I put something else in there, because you can't just say I'm not a failure, or say I'm not a failure. You have to put it in with a positive belief, like I am a success. And I put that in there, I slammed the safe shut, and I felt my entire body begin reconfiguring itself out from the very, very depths to becoming what I wanted to be. And we can get back to the, how that manifested in terms of my intention later. But that moment where I recognized that I had the opportunity, coming from the United States and coming from a very, I don't like the word privilege because the word has been weaponized. Privilege is a concept that can be used to demonstrate that you have advantages. But the way that the word is used now is it's used to cut someone off at the knees. That's the first time I heard that word, was like in 2014, 2013. Check your privilege, like a whip crack at me. I'm like, who are you talking to me that way? Like, because you could feel it in the energy. And so I started taking that apart. And I realized that the reason why that has resonance for people is that there is actually a quality in that has truth to it, which is to say, recognize your advantages. But rather than using your advantages as a source of shame, advantages benefits, blessings are tools that can be used to bless others. And rather than saying, oh wow, I should feel ashamed of my gifts, it's like, no, my gifts are used to benefit others. Very much so. And so coming from the United States and having come from the circumstances I did, and then going out into the world, and as you say, seeing past the travel industry image that many countries present in order to facilitate travel to their space, being able to see past and through that to the reality of these countries, I recognize something, and I will probably trigger, if I have your permission to trigger some of your listeners, hopefully I won't, but the United States is the freest, most open, and most just civilization in human history up until this point. Period. And for anyone who wishes to argue with me, you can name another one, because there isn't one. And I've been to these countries. That is not to say that the United States is perfect. Obviously it isn't. But my travels show me there is no perfect country. Every country is dealing with its own set of shadows. And our shadows are not any better or worse. They're just ours. But with the added benefit of having the material prosperity that we have, we go to places that have more spiritual prosperity, we learn from them, and then our responsibility is to take our material prosperity and to use it to benefit these other countries, to not shame ourselves for the benefits, the blessings that we have, instead to step fully into them and put them into service. And putting them into service looks different for every individual. Many times in the United States, there's this belief like, oh, well, we have all this money, so we have to send all this money overseas. Well, there are plenty of places that I saw where overseas foreign aid money actually ended up making things worse. That wasn't what the people needed. They didn't need money. And it wouldn't be my place to say what the people did need, because I wasn't on the inside of those communities, but I could see that Western aid money didn't significantly improve the conditions for the people in these regions. And that's a pretty true thing, that many of these NGOs, while there are many of them that do wonderful work, there are many that don't actually make things measurably beneficial to others. But from our blessings, we can take ourselves and we can pay with ourselves, as we talked about in the beginning, forward into when we travel. It can be as simple as, and it really can be this simple as going to a foreign country, assuming we can, going to a foreign country and allowing hundreds of Chinese tourists to take selfies with you. They loved it. There was a time that I almost missed a bus because I don't remember the name, but there's a monastery that was carved into the side of a mountain outside of this small town in China. And it's not very popular with Western tourists, but it's very popular with Chinese tourists. There's massive tourism inside their own country. And you climb to the top of this mountain, and it's staircase, all the way up to the top, and then you have to climb all the way back down to catch the bus. So me and a friend, we climbed all the way to the top stairs and started walking down. And then as we were walking down, we were there in the morning, and it was now the late morning. Buses of Chinese tourists started arriving and started walking up. So as we're walking down, me and this other, I think he was British, this British guy would come down, and here's a wave of Chinese tourists, and they all want to take photos with us, including the tourism operators, like big group photos, and because I'm really tall, and they're doing like fists standing next to me, and they're loving it. They're having a great time, and we're all laughing, having a great time, and then they all go up, and then we go down, and then another wave of tourists comes up. You know what I mean? And they all want photos, and then this happened like 4 times, and it's like, we actually have to catch our bus. You know what I mean? And something like that may be the only time that these people ever actually meet a Western person. And in that moment, I have the opportunity to be, another selfie, fine, and to be shitty about it, or to be impatient, or to recognize that I am so lucky to be here in China and to be an ambassador on behalf of my country, on behalf of my culture, on behalf of my half of the world, and I can radiate joy and friendliness and togetherness with these people who may never see anyone like me again, right? And so something like that, the blessing of inner work, and I know that may seem really trivial when the challenges of the world seem so significant, and they are, but if your spiritual practice doesn't make you a better person in every single individual, everyday interaction you have, I would say your practice isn't deep enough. It's not just enough to say like, oh, I write this blog, or I write this book, or I do this thing, and then I'm snippy to the waiter or the waitress, or I'm rude to people overseas. It's like, no, if the work begins at the ground level interaction of the other human being that you're with, the person that you're having the conversation to in this moment, the person you're sitting next to, the people you spend the most time to, the stranger you'll never see again, excuse me, that's where it begins. And so talk about benefits and the opportunity to pass those benefits along. The beautiful work of ayahuasca is to purify the inner self to be able to radiate that gift to other people. And it may seem insignificant, but it doesn't feel insignificant. It feels like in that moment, I really got something from being able to see these people who were from a culture 180 degrees opposite from my own, and to be able to show them my culture in that country and in Mongolia and all these other places. And that is the beginning. That's the foundation of it. And from there, it's like, how can I be of service to my friends? How can I be of service to my community? How can I be of service to my world? How can I take all these blessings and benefits that I've been given and put them forward into service instead of feel shame about them? And that's where I think a lot of the propaganda in the United States goes very, very wrong. And I think maybe it might have been well-intentioned from the beginning. I'm not sure about that, but I can say that it has been taken too far, because unless it's teaching people to appreciate themselves and how to be stronger and better and give more, then it's deadly. It's soul deadly, because shame and guilt are toxic to the soul. And the propaganda that's spreading through the United States right now is entirely shame and guilt based. 100%. Every bit of social justice programming, critical theory programming, I don't know. I mean, maybe your podcast doesn't quite get here, but I will say it's all guilt and shame based, and it's destructive to humanity, and it's crippling a nation that could do so much good for so many people, and making our shadow darker, not less. And I really can't emphasize that enough. America has the ability, and Americans, for our unique character, have the ability to do so much good. And the notion of the greatest nation in the world, like, you know, you can say what is a nation, it's good for the thing that it's meant for. But I can't say that America is a greater nation than Vanuatu, except unless I apply some very specific characteristics. If you want to talk about a nation that's really great at generating, for example, material prosperity, America is great at that. So in that sense, yes, if you want to choose that value. But if you want to say, you know, a nation that's really great at subsistence farming for small, tightly knit groups of people living in an archipelago nation, sustaining, you know, aspects of their culture, Vanuatu is way better for that. So there is this both and. There is great in some sense of the ability to bless the world with material prosperity, but there's also weaknesses. But Vanuatu, or pick any other nation, New Zealand, for example. New Zealand's great if you want to shoot an epic fantasy, a series of epic fantasy movies, you know what I mean? Or inspire people about the beauty of nature. So great is based on a set of values, but I can say that America manages to do a pretty incredible job for more people, and more different kinds of people than literally any other nation in human history. Perfection, no, but perfection, this isn't Starfleet. This isn't Hogwarts. You know what I mean? This is reality. And it hurts me to see a country that can do so much good being told constantly how evil it is. And I also had to deprogram that from myself. So I can go on about this, but that's my feelings about that.
Yeah. Well, I agree with you on all of that, and I think they're important topics to talk about, and obviously they can be very divisive, because we, you know, again, one of the real things that I see in this work is, you know, so much of our suffering comes from our beliefs and holding on
Mhm.
to these things. And yeah, I think in Buddhism, they speak of this idea of wisdom. The definition that they use is seeing things from the other side. And, you know,
Mm.
as you were saying, so much of it, and I think that's a very good word, is propaganda. And I think a lot of us, we don't necessarily see that. And again, I think that's one of the benefits of going outside the country.
Yeah.
When you come back in, you see that most of the media, most of what we're being taught is propaganda. I mean, when
Yeah.
I was in China, that was something I saw very clearly. I mean, there was a
Yeah.
lot of propaganda.
Oh yeah.
And I was thinking, well, in the US, there's, we have free media. But now when I look at the US, it's the same propaganda. It's the
Hmm.
same thing. It's maybe I guess we could say it's a little better. But I mean,
It's tuned to
there's
us.
massive programming and massive
Yeah.
propaganda, and very much in these control mechanisms. And again, I think it's something that's just, it's part of nature. It's, what the founding fathers were pointing to is these ideas of liberty and freedom.
Yeah.
They never came for free. There was always a cost to them, and as they said, it requires a constant vigilance. And if
Yeah.
we don't see those, if we don't realize why those things are important, we will lose them, because that's
Hmm.
just the nature of humans. And I think it's really bred from fear, and from each individual fear, from our collective fear, from our fears of societies. And all of these things, as you said, and this is where, I guess, how deep down the rabbit hole do you want to go? Were these things started with good intentions? Potentially, potentially not.
Right. Right. Right.
But the idea of division is what creates suffering. And if we can't have open dialogue, as I think you said very, very wisely, like that word privilege, there's truth to that. But you have to understand what the truth is. And if you use it to weaponize, then
Yeah.
you get away from the essence. You get away from actually an understanding. And that's where I think things like dialogue and openness, and, as you said, through traveling, talking to people, like this is what begins to shape us, and to be able to see things from a different side, again, in that Buddhist idea, to have wisdom. That's what wisdom is.
Yep.
It's the opposite of entropy. It's the opposite of holding on. It's the opposite of tightness. It's a martial arts principle. It's this idea of flowing, of moving like water, of the feminine, being receptive, being open. If we
Hmm.
have this staff that we put in the ground, and we say, this is the way, and if you don't agree with this way, then you're wrong. And it's the opposite of what the US was built upon. The US was
Hmm.
built upon this idea of diversity, of, we all think differently, we all have different values, but we can come together as a society and honor those values. And it seems like on the one hand we preach those, but then on the other hand, there's this narrative where if you don't agree with it, well, then you get ostracized. And
Right.
that's fundamentally, the antithesis of not only what the US was built upon, but what all of these esoteric traditions, I think, are pointing towards. you know
Hmm.
if if being compassionate, if being loving, if being happy are qualities that we want to hold ourselves and to see in the world, then we have to be willing to live those. and
Hmm.
and it's something, I also see very often, is people who preach those, they say those things.
Yeah.
The minute someone comes along who has a different view, they become the oppressor, the, you can't say that, you can't do that, this is wrong, da da da.
Yeah.
And it's very anti-diversity. It's the opposite. There's no diversity of thought, of knowledge. I mean, that's our, all of our innate kind of humanness, is this quest for knowledge, or gnosis,
Hmm.
the quest for truth. But if we already think we know what's true and what's right, and we're the sole source of that, then we cut ourselves off from the world, and this is where all war starts, is from
Yeah.
this idea that I'm right. And if you don't believe what I think, then you're bad. And ultimately, I'm justified in killing you. When I take that
Hmm.
logic to the extreme, then I can murder you because I'm
Right.
justified, because I'm right. I'm the right
Because
one.
you're evil.
Yeah, exactly. And it's, it's, I think, again, a lot of this is a natural progression. And I think that's where a lot of this plant work is very powerful, because it really confronts us. And, as you said, it makes us question these beliefs that we have. And
Hmm.
any of these beliefs that cause us suffering, are inevitably something that needs to be questioned because it's not making us happy,
Right.
and whoever the president is or whatever your political belief, if I believe that person is evil and I believe that I can act in an evil way because that person is evil, well, then I'm no different than that person. I mean, these are like classic esoteric teachings. I think we,
That's
we
right.
were talking about this in the podcast we did. I mean, that was one of the main teachings that's often spoke about of Jesus. It's so easy to see the log in my brother's eye, or sorry, to see the speck in my brother's eye,
That's
but I
right.
can't see the log that's in my own eye.
That's right.
It's so easy to point the finger. It's so easy to judge and to blame. But what happens when we begin to look at ourselves? And that's where I think this inner work that you're talking about is really so vital,
Hmm.
because as long as I have these things going in my mind, I project those out into the world. I become the very thing that I dislike. But if I
Hmm.
resolve those within myself, then I can be a leading example.
Hmm.
And as you were talking, that's going to be triggering to people when they hear that, something like social justice. Like, who doesn't want social justice? We all want social justice, right? We all want justice. It's like a
Right.
human thing.
Justice, social justice and justice are not the same thing.
Exactly. Yeah, they're very different. But the idea, if if I'm not willing to do the thing that I'm asking of someone else, then there is no justice.
Hmm.
Justice, it ultimately comes from within. And when I am willing to be that change, when I'm willing to live true to these principles, then we all become that change, and we all in that way create the world that we're looking for.
Hmm.
And I think so much of the division we're experiencing comes from this idea that the other person is wrong, and I'm not willing to put myself in their shoes. I'm not willing to listen. I'm not willing to have dialogue.
Hmm.
And I think that's where some of these things, like the podcast you're creating, and stepping out of that programming, stepping out of that constant indoctrination, is so important.
Hmm.
And even like that's where traveling is so important, because we all have ideas, we all have beliefs, and then one day we're talking to someone, or we're traveling, or we take plant medicine, and all of a sudden we're confronted with that of like, oh my God, I may have been wrong.
Hmm.
And
Yeah.
my
Oh,
whole
yeah.
worldview was built on this thing that I thought was so true and so real. And if I can see it from the other side, then I can begin to shift, and then I can begin to change. So with your podcast, is that something you kind of inspired you to do? That was seeing, because your podcast is called The Renaissance of Men, and
Yes.
so we already talked about that word renaissance, which I think is super important.
Hmm.
um, the idea of men, I think for a lot of people that may be confusing. Like, why focus on men? Why not focus on humans? Or why not focus on all of life? Or what was the appeal? What did you see through your experience? One, that made you create that, and then two, what made you focus on that that spectrum in
Hmm.
particular?
Hmm. Well, before I jump into that, I just wanted to say one thing to everything that you just said, which I agree with. But I wanted to add one thing, which is to say, anyone who tries to get you or me or anyone else to feel guilt and shame is not your friend. Period. Period. If someone wants to propagate an idea to me that is leading me to feel ashamed and guilty without giving the opportunity to say, hey, but it's okay. Hey, but it's okay, but we can transform from this. But certainly when it comes to propaganda, there's a lot out there in the world right now that's saying that and this is part of life, you should be and feel guilty and ashamed for exactly what you are, period. And now kneel. That's what we see. That's the two dominant symbols of 2020, where cover your mouth and kneel. What is that, what's going on there? Like, can we talk about that? No, we can't talk about that. So cover your mouth and kneel. And sorry, I'm not down with that, because I think what's really at issue for me, as I think about ayahuasca and vipassana, as notions of dignity. This is a word that we don't really have. We don't really have in our culture anymore, because there's a lot of people behaving in an undignified fashion that are celebrated in the media. Just put on MTV or any social media platform, and you'll see people behaving in an undignified or in shameless way, and they get likes and attention. It's like, oh, well, I have to behave this way, and we lose a sense of dignity and self-respect. And there's a lot within our culture, within our food, within our electromagnetic spectrum, within perhaps I said water as well, that is attempting to weaken us internally and weaken our sense of dignity and healthy pride of being a human being, of being what we are, of recognizing our unique blessings and advantages and struggles, and preventing us from stepping into that, and would rather have us weak and compliant. And so as you talk about all these different notions, I look at them as all part of the same thing. I look at the depression and the anxiety that we've been experiencing in the West for years as a symptom of this materialistic, reductionistic way of looking at the world, this spiritually impoverished way. And it's designed to weaken us and designed to make us complacent and compliant and afraid, and divide us from our sources of inner spiritual wealth, and to continue hammering in the propaganda that we're weak or bad or evil or broken or all these things, until the point when we actually believe it and begin behaving that way. And the virtue of esoteric practices like ayahuasca is it begins to restore that inner sense of connection to our sense of spiritual wealth. And even though the entire outside world can be saying, you should be ashamed of yourself, you should feel guilty, you should feel terrible, it's like, well, no, I've worked hard to establish my sense of inner integrity and my sense of spiritual wealth that I give freely. I have nothing to be afraid of, nothing to be ashamed of. And that is the benefit of these practices. So all these things, they're all integrated, as we're saying. They're all tied together. So as you mentioned, the Renaissance of men.
Maybe just to interject there really quickly,
Yeah,
because I think it's a question people often have is because it seems like that starts to go down like this conspiracy rabbit hole.
we can
But
go there too.
yeah, but I mean, I think from any objective point, all of those things you said, we can find very concrete examples of those things happening. So
Yeah.
why do you think, because I would agree, these esoteric practices, I think that's the very essence of what they're teaching, is how to be a whole human being, how to be connected to life, how to find
Yeah.
one's strength, how to see clearly, how to embody certain qualities, again, that propagate the life that we actually want to live. But why do you think there are these systems in place that seem to be contributing to the opposite of that? Is it just that's fundamental human nature, the nature of life? Is this need for control, of weakening people? Is someone who is liberated, and not in some new agey sense of enlightenment, but someone who's strong in their beliefs, and who sees the world clearly, and sees that they can be self-sufficient, and not in a narcissistic way, but that
Sure.
they have their own power, and through having their own power, they can also help to affect that change in others. Is
Hmm.
that a is that a is that a do you see that as a threat, that people are scared by that whatever systems of control we have in place are scared of that, or that's just the archetypical journey of a human being, is we all have to experience that, and there are just some people, for whatever reason, whether it's through suffering or through some enlightenment moment, where they realize, like, I need to step out of that paradigm and begin finding my own strength. And anyone or anything that's not in alignment with that, as you said, is not serving me. Because I think that's a very important point, what you said.
Yeah.
If someone is degrading us in any way, and it often happens in very subtle ways,
Yep.
that person is not serving me or us in a way that's helping to grow us.
Hmm.
Because to grow us as an individual is also helping to grow us as a society, as a family, as a culture. as humans, as life, as the earth, as the universe. We're not separate from any of those things. So
Mhm.
what do you think? Is there some driving force, or what's your thought on that?
Well, I mean, this is something I'm glad you asked, Jason. I'll give you the honest answer. And, after exploring all of these esoteric traditions for about 20 years, psychology, spirituality, mysticism, plant medicines, earth medicines, meditations, breath work, all these different practices. I've got an enormous list, float tanks, everything. I finally landed on Christianity. And I was baptized Christian in September of last year. And one of the reasons why is because of all of the different esoteric traditions that I've found, Christianity had what I found to be, after my own breadth of experience, the best answer for the question of evil, which I think is what you're talking about. This anti-human force, this force that seeks to weaken us, that seems to make us complacent and compliant. We can see it in our culture around us, and we can see it manifesting in various ways in our lives and in the earth, and various systems of control. Where does it come from? Where does it issue from? Is it, some people will say, oh, it's just an emergent property. Some people will say, I've met many, one of my friends says, oh, people who are evil are just doing the best, what they think is the right thing to do, and it just happens to not be correct. And I never found that satisfying, because the uncomfortable fact of the matter is that there are human beings on earth that derive pleasure from causing harm to others. It's called sadism. There are truly sadistic human beings on earth. There are psychopaths and there are sadists that create suffering in other people. And this is a very uncomfortable topic, I know. And it is my hope that no one listening has ever encountered someone like that, but perhaps you have. And certainly we can read about examples of that in the world, and I could provide resources for that. So this idea that someone is creating suffering in another human being consciously, I mean, none of us ever meet someone like that, however they do exist. This idea that someone would exist that creates suffering in another human being for pleasure, non-consensually, obviously, where does that come from? What spiritual philosophy can really answer for that? And I found that Christianity did. And the way that Christianity explains it is that there is a primordial force in the universe that hates creation, consciously, with will and intention, hates creation, hates the light, hates God, and hates humanity most of all, and seeks to, and what this being was called Satan or Lucifer or the devil, and now we are not speaking metaphorically, I'm speaking in a sense theologically, literally. This being hates about humanity is our free will, because God, this is the mythological story of Christianity, and this is in the Bible, and this is also in John Milton's Paradise Lost, I believe, probably also in Dante. God created the angels, and the angels didn't necessarily have free will in that way, in the same way that humans do, is my understanding. And so God created man with free will and told the angels to serve man. And Lucifer, the most powerful of the angels, said, I'm not doing that. And God said, yes, you are. And Lucifer said, no, I'm not. And then the war erupted in heaven. The archangel Michael defeated Lucifer and cast him into hell, where he became Satan. In order to get revenge on God, because Satan cannot directly challenge God, Satan approached Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden and used their free will against them to tempt them into eating the apple, to tempt them into sin. So our greatest strength is our free will, which I'll define very precisely, which is our ability to choose between options. We don't have free will in the sense of that I can just sprout, wings or scales or fly if I want to. My will is not totally free. But even at the basic, most boiled down point of my consciousness, I discovered in myself the free ability to choose between options, and that's the great story that the hero, when presented with the choice, like Mel Gibson at the end of Braveheart. He's being, spoiler alert, he's being tortured on the rack in all these terrible ways, and he has the choice to either surrender or to stick to his belief, and he cries out freedom. in this wonderfully triumphant moment that even at the final, the human spirit, the human will, the strongest cannot be broken. That's the free will that I'm talking about. Satan, Lucifer, used our free will against us to corrupt our will and leading to the curse of original sin, which led to the world that we live in today. So because Satan, Lucifer cannot actually create anything, can only destroy. We have the creative spark. So our free will must be corrupted, perverted, shamed into inverting things, essentially, into creating destruction. So that's the essence of the answer for the problem of evil, is that our human free will is corrupted and perverted by a spirit that hates us and hates creation and hates the beauty of creation as it was made in an attempt to actively destroy it. And that, to me, clicked everything into place as an understanding of, where does all this come from? Why is it that we have so much beauty in us, that we all feel this ability to create and envision a better world? Why is it that the world is not that? Because we look at our propaganda, we look at our upbringing, we look at genetic trauma and all of these things, and recognize the perversion and the twisting of our free will towards anti-human ends. And we see that writ large now. We see our systems, these institutions that we've spent hundreds of years building and imbuing with our trust, suddenly en masse as one, turning on humanity. And it happened so seamlessly all at once that most people who weren't aware couldn't see it. They couldn't see it. But we built up these institutions. They were flooded with people who have, we'll say, corrupted wills, and then they turned those institutions on humanity. And they're now marching in on the aware people of the world, trying to, again, what is it that they want? They want us to sacrifice our free will. Wear this, take this, do, kneel and be silent. And so I chose to become a Christian, and I want everyone to know, I know that much of this language is very charged for many people relating to their upbringing, and I want everyone to know that this is not evangelistic in any sense. I'm stating my own beliefs from the core of my being, and you are free to do with them as they please, because I recognize, myself included, a lot of people have a lot of very strong feelings about the way that Christianity was imposed on them and has been imposed on them through their lives, and I honor and I respect that. I don't wish anyone to feel like this is preaching. I'm merely trying to mirror my own beliefs as authentically as I can. But I found that mythological, we'll say cosmological worldview helped me understand in a way that I didn't before the nature of suffering on earth, the nature of why people do inexplicable things, where evil comes from, that it actually does have a root in a singular consciousness that quite literally hates us and wants to cause us to suffer and uses ourselves against us to do that. And again, these are probably some of the heaviest topics that we can get into, but that is the honest answer of where I think this all comes from. There is a divine spirit within all of us that it moves towards the light, that craves the light, that can imagine the light, feels it. We are drawn to these expressions of it in the beauty of nature or art or in plant medicines or cosmological visions, to create and to flourish and to be happy and to feel love and joy in this divine way. And yet there's some other aspect of us that seems so against that will cripple us and wound us from inside ourselves and outside ourselves. Where do these points come from? Well, if the divine in us comes from God, where does the dark in us come from? It must come from some other equally, not equally, but similarly powerful being. But here's the rub, and this gets back to the very nature of what we're talking about. The brilliance, the genius, and the beauty of the divine. I'll say divine to avoid the charged word God, but the beauty of the divine is that all this suffering that we're experiencing as humanity, as we said at the beginning, can be used to transform us into a higher state. That no matter what evil does to us, we can use it to transmute it and create a more complex and beautiful form of good that wouldn't otherwise be possible. And so even in the notion of the fall and creation, the redemption was there. And for me personally, I prefer to live in a universe of redemption where I was made better by suffering than if I had never suffered to begin with. And I found that so satisfying that that's the story of Christianity after a journey through all these traditions. That here was a religion that was based on the notion of fall, suffering, and redemption. And I have found such sustenance in that in my own development as a man and as an individual that I'm very proud to be able to have arrived on that stage of my journey after many years of seeking, because redemption is one of the core themes of my own life that I very much treasured that I got to experience. And when I was properly introduced to Christianity in the right spirit, I said, oh, wow, I already know that. That's what I've been looking for. And so that's why I was baptized. And I'm very proud to call myself, I guess you'd say, a Christian man. I don't like identifying myself in that way. It never quite feels right, but I suppose it's true.
Mhm. Well, and this is, I mean, this archetype one finds all over the world. I mean, even in these shamanic traditions, they, very much it's often seen as this battle between the light and the dark, and that these dark
Mm-hmm.
forces they're very tempting, they're very seductive. They, I mean, I guess that's like the story of the snake in Christianity is it's seductive. There's a
Yeah.
temptation there, and even in a shamanic way of looking at things, and again, there's no inherent, I guess, truth that we could say. It's relative to everyone has their own experience, but
Sure.
this idea that the black magic is it's not even inherently like it's not from how I understand it, to reach the highest level of a curandero, one who really has power, one who really serves the light, that can't be avoided because it's seen that that's an inherent part of existence of the world and the universe that we live in. And so actually there has to be a going into it. There has to be a mastery of it. In Spanish, sometimes
Mm-hmm.
they'll use the word dominar. Like we have to be able to control that, to understand
Mm-hmm.
it, so that all of our actions can be from a place of light. But if
Mm-hmm.
we avoid it, then we're under the effect of it because we haven't mastered it, we haven't gone into it.
Mm-hmm.
And it's almost this constant battle between the light and the dark. And that
Mm-hmm.
I think, so many of these esoteric traditions, and I think Christianity, as you very beautifully explained, it's trying to imbue us, or it's trying to give us these tools to see that, to recognize that, so that we can overcome that. But if we don't see that, if we don't confront that in a way, then ultimately we're subject to that.
Mm-hmm.
It has power over us rather than the other way. And I
Mm-hmm.
think, you said it very beautifully, but I think all of these traditions are trying to find some way where we have to confront that, because
Mm-hmm.
whether those forces are outside or inside of us, if we don't if we don't see those, and if we don't name them, and I think that's also very important. It's a really interesting phenomena you see a lot in these shamanic practices, is actually naming these things,
Mm-hmm.
because without naming them, we're not recognizing them, we're not bringing them into existence.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's kind of like this thing that can affect us, and even again in a lot of this kind of shamanic language, Shipibo, who I work with, or Mestizo, many people, they will describe certain ailments as a demon, or that's a heavy energy, or but the way they're saying it is that that's something that has power over you. It's
Mm-hmm.
infected you. It's almost like a parasite.
Mm-hmm.
And unless we see this, we recognize it, we name it, and then we clean and clear it, we're subject to that. and
Mm-hmm.
and and that's a destructive force.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe some of us recognize those things within or without, and maybe we're oblivious to them. But I think that's one of the real powers of any of these traditions, is being able to really to see that, to recognize that, to name that.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where our power comes from, right? Is naming that, seeing that, and then making the choice to overcome that.
Mm-hmm.
And
Absolutely.
yeah. I mean, that's kind of the archetypical hero's journey too, right? Is
Yes.
that very story.
Very much so. Very much so. And I love what you said about naming, that until we name a thing and carve it out from the things around it, we actually have this inability to perceive it. We give a thing to a name, we separate it, we say this, we're talking about unity, right? They're like this, not that. We have to disintegrate a thing in a way to be able to see it, to carve it out of the rock and look at it. And then there needs to be the reintegration of putting it back into a sense of context so we don't overly fixate it on it. And you mentioned this victim identity and victimhood, this mindset, I think comes from the authentic experience of one or more traumatic events without a sense to contextualize a sense of meaning to it, and to say that this is an opportunity to recognize and transform and be redeemed. Even to redeem someone that I hate. Someone did something terrible to me and I'm unable to forgive. And certainly, I've had my own share of those things. But the ability to descend in the depths and find the capacity to forgive and understand the nature of that suffering that I experienced, and then come back and bring that back to humanity, to go through that redemptive cycle, that hero's journey, is what evolves us as a soul and as a being. And people who maintain their victim mindset, the person that they're harming the most is themselves. That's the hardest thing to see, is that this experience has happened and they build a shrine to it rather than approaching it as a door that they can go into of redemption and transformation and improvement. And that's the hardest thing. That's the hardest thing. And what makes it worse is you talk about these demons and these heavy energies, these beings that exist on a higher level. We talked about the spiritual dimension to reality, for example, at the start of our conversation. Not everything that exists on this higher plane of reality, just like not everything that exists on any plane of reality, is our friend. Ayahuasca is our friend, our ally, plant ally is referred to. And you are my ally. And certainly we all have many allies, but there are people on this level of reality that are not our friend. There are animals. We have dogs that are our friends, and there are other animals that are not our friends. So all the way up the chain of being, except the unity consciousness, I suppose, there are things that are not our friends. And during my experiences of ayahuasca at the temple over the course of 7 days, I got a really nice view of the different levels of parasitism that exist in the energetic realm, of things that feed on the energy that we're all just kind of leaking as disintegrated beings. And when we adopt this victimhood mentality, we are leaking energy because we're disintegrated in a way. And other beings at other planes of reality can come in and begin feeding on that. Because they draw their sustenance from it. For some of them, for some of these beings that I've seen, it's just an unconscious thing. Like if you imagine a heat vent at the bottom of the ocean, there are beings that are just attracted to the heat vent because it's warm there, not out of instinct. But then there are other beings that are actually attracted to things consciously, and they feed off of it, and they begin injecting what you might say is spiritual poison to draw out more energy. And this is the trap that so many people have fallen into, as they become food sources for these other beings that make their suffering worse. And they make it less and less likely that they're able to engage in this redemptive cycle of transformation. And we see that, especially over the course of the past year. We all carry trauma, all of us. That's part of the ticket to come into Earth. Says on the back of the ticket, you will experience trauma. That doesn't necessarily, maybe you'll experience trauma that was conscious and that someone inflicted on you, and I'm dreadfully sorry for that. I am, and I know that feeling. And there are also times that we'll experience trauma where it's no one's fault, where it's just part of being a child's psychology in a world of adults and overwhelming things. Nonetheless, it is our responsibility to heal that and transform it and grow strong from it. And that is the notion of the spiritual warrior, is to go within and to fight that battle and to come back, and then to go within and to fight that battle and to come back and to grow strong. In the same way I go to the gym and I lift a heavy weight. When I go to my ayahuasca retreat or my ceremony, I'm lifting a heavy spiritual weight. I have help from the facilitators, from the curanderos, from the medicine themselves, from plant allies, helping me to lift this spiritual weight and to see it and to look at it and to understand why it's come into my life, and then to release it and to be free of it. And then that makes me stronger and able to give these gifts back. And I love the medicine, because I love the medicine at the temple. Let me be real clear about that. the medicine experienced in the wrong environment, I always tell people, only work with a place that's been personally recommended. Don't just find something on the internet, that someone wrote about in an article. Only go to a place that has been personally recommended by someone that you know and trust. Period. Because the risk is too great, because you're having spiritual surgery. And who's the facilitator? Who's the operating surgeon? Do you know their intention? Do you know their outlook? Do you know their skill? And the temple has the best environment and the best people for doing this kind of work in the safest way possible, and really facilitates you to do, and facilitated me to do the best work possible. And the other thing is to feel a call to it. And this is, we started out at the beginning talking about Joe Rogan and Aubrey Marcus and The Economist. And one of the things that I think is a great tragedy about ayahuasca right now is that it's so heavily popularized. There's a sense of curiosity. And as I say, curiosity kills the cat. You can definitely get way more than you bargained for if you're just experiencing this out of a sense of curiosity. You have to feel a genuine call to it. Like, no, this is something I have to do. That's number one, feel a genuine call to it. And number two is only work with a place that's been personally recommended by someone that you know and trust. Those are my iron rules for it, what I tell everyone about it. If you meet those two characteristics, by all means, go with my blessing. Go to the temple of the way of light with my blessing and Jason's blessing, and I'm sure many, many others as well. And I say that because you also mentioned people feel overwhelmed and don't know where to start. And that can be very challenging, that there's a wealth of spiritual information out there that has never existed in the public eye in terms of human history, where to begin. And it seems like this meditation is popular, and then this app, and then this speaker has a TED talk, and then there's this book to read, and it's like, where do I even begin? It's like, well, you have to go in the direction that you feel called in. And the reason to do that is to engage in this redemptive cycle that I talked about. And it doesn't have to be the deep dive into a 12-day ayahuasca workshop, which is, you can be if you feel called to it, but it can be as simple as meditating for a few minutes every day, and to begin to bring up these traumas that we've all experienced and reckon with them, and grow strong for them, and release them and let them go and grow stronger, and then engage in that process. And because I did that at the temple, because I did that in all the self-work that I had done for those many years leading up to my travels, and because I did it continually while traveling, through the process of traveling, I came back to the United States, went into lockdown world, immediately sought out to rectify all the things in my life that I hadn't addressed. So I left New Zealand. I was living there for a while in a relationship. The relationship didn't work out, and in the process of the relationship not working out, I'd put on quite a bit of weight because I was grieving the end of this relationship. I got back, went into lockdown world, and immediately set about losing 40 pounds just in my apartment alone. Didn't know anyone, new city, lockdown world, no furniture. But I got to sort this out. And when I completed that process, I began speaking some of the truths that you have heard me saying today about travel, about the world, about diversity, about integrity, and really integrating who I am as a man. And I found that I spoke those out loud, and they resonated into this environment that I had found myself in. I was like, oh wow, people actually want to hear what I have to say. And I have plenty of things to say, and they want to hear them. And so that's what led to the founding of the Renaissance of Men, of recognizing that I have had my unique journey. I've been on my own hero's journey, one meta hero's journey and several smaller ones within that, because it is fractal in that way. And having, as a man who's completed my hero's journey as a man, to, as I said with the temple, come into contact with my own masculinity, my own presence as a man, my sexual desire, my virility, my strength that I had cut myself off from, literally cut myself off at the waist, essentially, to come into contact and feel that power, and to recognize that we live in a state where many men are uniquely disintegrated. And to have put those two halves together in myself, I recognize that I have the ability to help other men do that for themselves. and I live my life as a man. I am a man. I'm in a male body, and I will never experience being a woman. And I've read some compelling things lately that men don't actually have a feminine side. Men have a masculine side. They have feminine qualities, but not a feminine side. And we can talk about that separately. But all these things have led me to realize and feel that I can help other men struggling with the same issues because I walk down this road. And so that's the foundation of my brand, of recognizing that I can, as I have been through my own renaissance, literally meaning rebirth, my own rebirth into the world, and a rediscovering, a restoration of masculinity within myself. That's going on around the world with so many different male leaders taking different angles on it, from fitness to career aspects to romance and dating. There are men who look into ancient cultures like ancient Japan and ancient Greece. Some men who look to the Spartans, etc. All these men trying around the world to explore what masculinity is in an age where men are disintegrated. And so my interest as a man who's traveled the world and been through these so many different cultures, I'm able to see them all as one holistic thing. And so the Renaissance is this holistic thing. So that's the term that I came up with to describe this holistic thing. I'm not the guy leading it. There is no leader of it. The Renaissance of men is just a term to describe this process we're living through, that I've lived through, and that we're living through as men, to give a rebirth to what it means to be a masculine man.
Mhm.
That was all the things.
So what are some of the things that you feel that you see that men seem to be lacking, or they're not connected with, things that you feel, because I think more and more people are realizing that, it's this very tricky thing where we're living in a society where, again, we're talking about diversity, we're talking about differences, but then also there's almost this sense of all of these things are fictional in a way, or they're all gender, they're all created by society, that in essence people are all the same, that men are the same, women are the same, but obviously that's not true.
Right.
And again,
Right.
that's going to trigger people, but that's just biologically not true. I
Right.
mean, and it goes back to any of the teachings of any of these spiritual traditions. Is there's duality, there's day and night, there's light and dark, there's man and woman,
Mhm.
there's the phallus and the yoni. I mean, you go to India, that's one of the amazing things, is there's a very clear recognition that there's these two forces, and they're complementary, and that when you join
Mhm.
those forces you get creation. There
That's right.
literally is no creation without those two forces.
Mhm.
So what is it that you see, that you feel that somehow, because I think, again, there's maybe a growing awareness of this, although still maybe not on a large scale, but I think
Mhm.
certainly, you know in the US and in the past decades, certainly I think for women there's a realization of, what does it mean to be a woman, and that's really been talked about. And you know what does it mean to be equal on certain levels? What does it mean to be
Mhm.
different? What do we want out of life? What you know and I think even now that's a really big issue. What does it mean
Yeah.
to be but I think it's much less talked about for a man, but I think it's
Yeah.
becoming much more talked about. So, what are the things that maybe you see through this work you're doing, that are issues that men are dealing with, that maybe we're not addressing, or that people don't understand are actually important? Like, I'll give one example. So a friend of
Yeah.
mine sent me an article a few days ago, that in the past number of decades, male testosterone has been
Yeah.
decreasing at a pretty steady
Mhm.
rate, and that's something that probably most people don't know. And
That's
I
right.
would even venture to say most people probably don't even think is that big of a deal.
You
And
probably think
if
it's a good thing.
anything, probably some people would argue that's a good thing, right?
Yeah.
They're becoming less masculine.
Right.
But I mean, even on a physical level, there are detrimental health consequences when that happens. they may be minor now if it's only a 1% drop or a 2% drop, but if it keeps going at that rate, which it is, there are very detrimental health consequences
Mhm.
that happen with that. So, that to me, for example, seems like something that does need to be addressed. It needs to be talked about. Why
Mhm.
is that important? Why is testosterone important? What happens when that begins to decrease? And
Mhm.
what is causing that? And
Right.
and again, this article surmised, a number of things, but the reality is it's happening.
Hmm. Hmm. Well, I take sort of a unique approach to this, and I look at the situation of men and male psychology right now as being broken in half, and that shows up in a couple different ways. On one hand, you have the sensitive new age guy, you might say, who are very nice and soft spoken and oh namaste and don't not really passionate or fiery, but they're very kind. They're good boyfriends or partners. Maybe they're more or less good dads, but they lack a certain spirit and spark and energy and presence in life. But they're very nice. They're very nice is what can be said about them. That's one half of male psychology. The other half of male psychology is you have these really hard charging, dedicated, high testosterone. I mean, maybe not necessarily high testosterone in that way, but like, macho kind of guys who are very armored and not sensitive at all. And and this has been my experience of just navigating through the world of men. And it's usually I'll meet a guy will be one or the other, depending on what circumstance you come from. And when I talk to women about this, they validate that. They validate that in their dating lives because they will date some asshole for a while who's really exciting and really passionate and high energy, but then that relationship won't work out. And then they'll go date this guy who's really, really nice and kind, but that relationship has no excitement or thrill to it. And so they'll date and they'll bounce back and forth, and women naturally draw this conclusion like, if this is all men are shit. I'll be the man, right? Okay. So what they're looking at really is they're looking at male psychology that's been shattered, that's literally been broken in half over the course of about 140 years, beginning with the Industrial Revolution. Just really quickly, just to think about, men used to grow up boys used to grow up in the presence of their fathers. You're going to learn a trade out in the fields or in the forge or whatever, and have direct one-to-one contact with their dad all through their young adulthood and then into their adulthood. The teachings of masculinity were passed on to men. With the Industrial Revolution, men were taken out of the home and were sent into factories, divided from their sons. So that was the first, and then sons are put into public schools, which are primarily taught by women, and so that chain gets broken. And then over the course of the 20th century, you had World War I, the Great Depression, World War II, Vietnam, the Iraq Wars, and then a lot of propaganda about being a man that the First World Wars, who goes off to war? The best and brightest, the noblest men go off to war and get blown to bits. And the ones who survive come back shell-shocked. And we don't have the notions of inner healing that now, they didn't have them back then. You come back from World War I and you're World War II and you're shell-shocked, like, suck it up and deal with it. Or you go to Vietnam and you experience these things. So you see the end product of that over 140 years, and there's more detail I could go into, but just to accelerate it, has fractured the male psyche. And it began before us. My dad didn't teach me what it is to be a man. He didn't get it from his dad either. Somewhere that chain of integrity, high integrity, authentic masculinity got broken. And different men respond to that in different ways. If you are like me and you gravitate more towards your mother for my own internal temperament perhaps, and also my upbringing, I became the nice guy. And I detected a sense of a lack of passion and drive and fire and sexuality, masculine sexuality in myself that I had consciously divided myself from, which is why I went to the temple, right? On the other side, you have men that more gravitate perhaps to their fathers or to team sports or something like that, and they become very, very armored and not in touch with their emotional side, let's say, or their emotions, or their fluidity or their flow. And so those are the two halves of men. We have those are actually not two different kinds of men. That's one man who's been shattered in half, and so we have to knit them back together. And so as you look at the circumstances of men in the world, and you see, one guy behaves this way and that guy behaves another way, that is not a whole man, that is a disintegrated man who is isolated from one set of his self. And so I came down to the temple and I engaged in the process of travel, particularly going to the temple actually, because I knew I needed to integrate with my sense of passion and fire and masculinity and sexual desire and drive. That's a fundamental part of being human. And I had so fully shamed it out of myself for all different reasons. Part of it related to my upbringing and part of it related to propaganda and culture. I had driven that as far down into myself and cut it off for propagandistic reasons. I'm like, no, I need this because my life is suffering as a result. I'm not living the life that I want to lead. I'm cut off from myself. And so I went into the temple with that intention to heal that wound in myself. And I remember before I was able to sit in the consultation with you and the curanderos and the curanderas, where I actually talk about what my intention is, it was like a couple ceremonies in, like we got through like ceremony 2 before we had that initial consultation. I remember I expressed this intention, and who was your co-facilitator? I can't remember her name. I'm sorry.
How did she look like? Because I can't remember who.
She had short curly hair.
Black hair?
No, short curly red hair. Anyway, your co-facilitator, she translated for me.
From
What's that?
Spain? Irene, maybe from Spain?
No, she was British, I think. Anyway, I'll get back on my story. Anyway, so I managed not to derail myself, but so she was translating for me, and the current
was it Debbie?
Debbie, that was it.
Yeah.
It was Debbie, yeah. She was translating for me, and I remember the curanderos were talking amongst themselves, and they talked to Debbie, and Debbie said, "Where were you lying in the room?" And I pointed over there and said, "Oh yeah, we've seen what you're talking about. It looks like a yucca plant embodied in you somehow, and we've all been able to see it, and we've gone around the circle singing our icaros at you, and we've been hacking at the roots of the yucca plant." This idea that the trauma in me ran so deeply that they could see it energetically in my body, and I guess a yucca plant is this thing with very deep, stiff roots, that's very difficult. You can't just rip it out. So this is what they actually said. They were hacking at the roots of it as they would come through and sing the icaros so that it could be pulled out. So the plant itself, the trauma could be pulled out. And I thought that was just incredible because it ran that deeply. That's how deeply divided from myself that I was. And over the course of the seven ceremonies, I held that image in mind as some very disorienting and very difficult times, and the spin of the whole thing, and recognizing that how necessary it is to feel, because I noticed in myself this tendency to pop into my head and to be talking into my head and be like, no, stay in the body, and as hard as it is, just feel it, and don't think in words. And recognizing that was like driving a car, that if I just take my foot off the gas, the car will roll forward, and that's in the disoriented talking to myself state. But if I could stay grounded in my body, that was like putting my hands on the wheel and putting my foot on the gas and driving the car forward. And I remember doing that for the 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th ceremony, and getting where I wanted to get. And the climactic moment of my whole workshop was at the end of the 6th ceremony with Maestro Romulo. He came around, and I guess I was the last Icaro of the night, and he was singing over me and standing up, and I remember him singing in this way that sounded like he was a rock star standing at the front of a stage singing to thousands of people. I had this image of like Bono singing, just wailing. I never heard him sing like that before, just not howling, but just full-throated, really letting go and celebrating life. And just like, I even got out my lighter and I tried to hold up my lighter like you would at a concert, because I was so moved by this experience of like singing with this rock star, and I can see it in my eyes, and it sounded like a warrior coming home. And it was just the most meaningful moments of my life to have recognized that I made it. And that was That's I don't have words for it except to say that's the kind of work that's possible, with intention, and really stick with your intent. And I did it, and I did the work. And I remember at the seventh ceremony, one of the maestras, she came around and she was singing to me in this very delicate way, where it felt like she was just very carefully bandaging up, this open wound from a surgery that had been successful, and then just, like she just put a little flower on it very gently and just walked away. And I got to carry that forward in my life, and I went back into the world, and my whole life changed as a result of that. And I found that the world began responding to me differently outside of my conscious awareness. I found that women began responding to me differently, and I couldn't figure it out, like what was going on. Like suddenly all these women are attracted to me, and I couldn't feel like what's going on. It's like I was vibrating on such a different energetic level that my mind hadn't caught up to the rest of me. And so then it was a process of integrating that. But from that, and from other work that I've done with organizations like the Mankind Project, I've recognized how divided from themselves men are. And particularly for myself, how divided I was as a quote-unquote nice guy, which is the thinking that that I should be ashamed of being a man, that I'm terrible for being a man and it's my fault for everything. This is the guilt and shame we're talking about. And recognizing that no, my sexual desire, my appreciation for women and my honoring for women, and my desire for them is good and true, and that's what propagates creation. And that it's good to feel that. Like, of course, we can all take it too far, obviously, but we live in a hypersexualized culture that doesn't teach us how to wield that power anyway, you know what I mean? So we get to learn to do that on our own. But this idea, I had shamed a whole part of myself out of existence, and almost out of existence, and through the temple I was able to bring it back, create a renaissance, resurrect it. It's just, that's just one of the great blessings of my life. And so I carry that forward now with all my travels and all the things that I've done, and look at men and look at my brothers and say, I see you, and there is a better world and a better life for you that's waiting inside you. And I can show you that I'm an example, not the example, an example of how to get there. And I can show you the way for all of us to be better men, the kind of men that women want, and the kind of men that we want to be. And I discovered as I continued traveling on from there, that there is a world of men grappling with this very same question. Thousands of writers, YouTubers, content creators, Twitter leaders, fitness gurus, philosophers, graphic artists, filmmakers, some of them, that are all grappling this question of what does it mean to be a high integrity, integral man today? Organizations, retreats, asking this exact question. And having traveled the world and experienced different cultures and see all they're one, I came back and said, I have something to say to this world, and I want to tell all these guys, you all don't see yourself as the same thing. You're all the same thing. We're all asking this question together. And if I'm any example, and I'm not the only example, but if I'm any example, it's happening, and it's a linear process. There's no going back in the box. We're moving forward to forging an amazing new definition of masculinity that's rooted in the past of how things used to be. Man and woman, whole, complementary, balanced. We're recreating that because for the past 150 years, we've lived in this incredibly out of balance state where what does it mean to be a man? What does it mean to be a woman? It all just means the same thing, make money. Like, that's it. It's like, well, no. All this material prosperity, which we've talked about, hasn't led to happiness. We need to rediscover spiritual wealth. And the rediscovery of spiritual wealth is discovering our inner natures as men and women and then coming back together. So as you say, women are asking questions about what it means to be a woman. I see the renaissance of men and the renaissance of women, which are both happening. I see what's happening at the back end of that, at the end of that, to be what I call it the great reconciliation. And that's what I'm looking forward to. That's coming, and that's my faith about the better world that we're going to, is a real reconciliation between men and women coming together as complementary equals of equal power and divinity, pushing back on, as my friend Jack Donovan says, the empire of nothing.
Yeah, beautiful, beautiful.
Thank you. I'm
Did
glad I
you,
got to tell that story.
yeah. I mean, I was reading the other day that for example, I was a Boy Scout. I became an Eagle Scout, and that was a really formative time for me. I mean, it
Hmm.
taught me a lot. And recently, I don't know if you're familiar, but the Boy Scouts now is obliged to allow girls in, but Girl Scouts isn't obliged to allow boys in.
Right.
So, it's this interesting thing. And again, I can understand where they're coming from, but I think the loss of that is again this recognition of having these spaces for, again, this duality, this recognition that everything, is not inherently equal, that there are differences. And to have a space, for a young man, for a boy, to have this space to be able to learn things about, what it is to be a boy, what it is to be a man. In many, well, I'd say probably all indigenous cultures, there was that. There was the hunt, or there was the initiation, or for the women there was the women's circle, the aligning their menstrual cycles and having that as a ceremony. And there was something beautiful about that, and honoring that there was these differences and these inherent powers and these beautiful qualities that we all carry. So is that maybe part of what you're doing, is just trying to create a space again to allow these qualities to emphasize like what is important in being a man, like that there are differences, and how do we cultivate that, which I think you said is really important. It's not to
Yes.
shift the balance, it's to make the man integral, to be a whole
Hmm.
being. But
That's
to do
right.
that, we also have to recognize that you know there is a split, and then how do we help to aid that person to become a whole person.
Yeah, that's something that I'm doing. And one of the things that really continued my inner work was this organization called the Mankind Project, where I went through an actual initiation of the sort that you're talking about. And that was in 2013. And it was a weekend men's initiation where it's a 48-hour experience where you go through a number of processes, and one meta process, one hero's journey, where you come out of the other end, where you know for a fact that you have been initiated and you are now a man. You have crossed an unrecrossable bridge, and there is a definite shift that has taken place. And 75,000 men around the world have gone on this retreat, and you can find them at the Mankind Project. I think it's mkp.org. In fact, I had the communications and marketing director on my podcast last week, and that one will be out tomorrow, actually. But that's been an organization that showed me firsthand the need for male spaces, for male initiation, as something that we've lost in Western culture for hundreds of years. Since predates the Industrial Revolution, because for thousands of years, as you say, the tribes used to send, when the generation of boys would become the right age, 12, 13, and hit puberty, the fathers would come for them, take them from their mothers, and take them out into the forest to take them on a vision quest. And the boys who passed the test, or sometimes even the boys who survived, came back and were now ready to begin assuming the responsibilities of a man. They were no longer boys. Maybe they had to draw on some inner strength to survive, and that's usually the case, is they had to draw on some strength from deep within them, and probably to their gods, to get through the ordeal that they were put through. And once you draw on that strength and you realize you have access to it as a young boy, you can put that forward for the benefit of the tribe. Those rituals have been removed from Western culture, God knows, hundreds of years. Hundreds of years. Maybe they were preserved in some smaller way in localities in Europe. It certainly doesn't exist in the United States. Like maybe you join a fraternity, or you join the military. You go through boot camp, and maybe that's a form of initiation. But an actual formal spiritual initiation doesn't exist. But because we, as a species, grew up with that initiation as men, I believe there's like a biopsychological switch that exists in the back of our brains. And now, today, in most men, this switch is left unflipped. In some way, some fundamental way, they're still a boy's psychology, something incomplete, but they're driving adult male bodies. And so you get this element where you've got, boys in one way, the nice guy boys in one way driving adult male bodies that are very passive and very weak, and then you have boys in this other way that are kind of more aggressive driving adult male bodies, and they're too aggressive. And I attribute that to the lack of the flipped switch. And when you take a man and you put him through an initiation, a proper initiation, you flip that switch and suddenly you have authentic male psychology, a men's psychology, masculine psychology driving an adult male body. And then the possibilities are limitless. And that is what I'm trying to create. And I do believe men need that space. And I think there's also been aspects in culture that have driven men away from each other. I think there are words like bromance, which is, two men can say, hey, I love you, bro, and not have it be sexualized. But this where bromance kind of cheapens male relationships or makes, any authentic love between two men is immediately called suspicious of being homosexual or having a sexual component. It's like that is designed to divide men from each other. Because when men come together and start talking and have their own spaces and are able to share experiences, they grow stronger together, and they can push back on oppression, tyranny, propaganda, and that is the one thing that we can't have right now. So we see an actual attempt to shame men away from each other. It happens through the media. You look at the bumbling dad archetype on sitcoms like Everybody Loves Raymond or Homer Simpson. The bumbling dad who does everything wrong and the mom's always got to clean up. And then you look at the movies now and you see Star Wars, where the most recent Star Wars trilogy, which I won't even get into how bad it was, but you have Rey does everything without any help and defeats all the men. And you look at Star Trek with Jean-Luc Picard, fucking hubris, and Luke Skywalker being destroyed as a hero. There's an assault on positive masculine archetypes to create weak men. And you talked about the declining testosterone levels in men. That is also as a result of environmental pollutants. I think as a result of plastics, perhaps electromagnetic radiation. We're saturated by it all the time from Wi-Fi, well, at least here in major city, Wi-Fi fields and, and cell phones and stuff like that. And I think that has a deleterious effect, as you say. Diet, processed foods, lack of physical fitness and exercise, sunlight, as men are having declined testosterone in that way. And it's all designed to weaken men because strong and integrated men push back on tyranny. And you have to do that. You have to do that first. And again, we've had 140 years of weak men, and the renaissance of men, and in terms of the totality of the process, is working to create strong, independent, high integrity men who are dedicated to being better husbands, fathers, and propagators of the next generation. And that will be controversial to people who have internalized, we'll say, feminist ideas, who believe that men are eternal oppressors and should be subjugated to women, that maybe instead of a patriarchy, which there are plenty of books that debunk that notion as existing, but that instead of a patriarchy, maybe we need a matriarchy. And so now, for years we had Big Brother state was everyone's worried about, but we're actually getting this big mother state. Everyone needs to be coddled and safe and be isolated from each other and cover your face, and don't worry, we'll provide everything you need. That's a mother energy that suppresses everybody universally, and masculine energy is needed to push back on that. Of course, taken too far, you get things like empire and colonialism and all of that. That's not the kind of, and men suffer under that as well. That's not the kind of thing that men are working today to build. They want their own independent communities, as you say, to live, exist, and be free and determine their own values in a high integrity way for their communities. And that's what I'm describing, and that's what I'm hoping to contribute to. And I'm very blessed to know thousands of men personally who are doing this work, and to know for a fact there are millions of men around the world that are doing this work and are succeeding at it. And it's a beautiful thing to be a part of, because when it is successful, it will create space for women to rediscover their femininity, to rediscover their unique grace. Women have a quality that men generally don't have, which is grace, the ability to channel intuitively beauty and elegance and to light up a room. No one ever says about a man, like when he walks in, he lights up a room. Like an integrated woman, when she walks in, any integrated woman, when she walks in, lights up a room, and everyone responds to this. This is a power that's unique to women, and men creating space, creating boundaries of safety and protection and integrity, create space for women to come in and channel these divine energies, which is the story for all of human history. Like the goddess in the temple, like Greek society was very masculine, but the goddess of the temple, know thyself, that was a woman, because they recognized that women have intuitive gifts that men don't have, or that men largely don't have. Like any man can cultivate his intuitive gifts, but women have this particular grace. And Athena Nike, if you look in the Louvre, there's a statue of this winged figure that everyone's seen. The Greeks represented victory as a woman. Like, so this idea that male and female live in balance, and when they're both enabled to be their most divine forms of themselves, real beauty is created on earth. And that's why I'm hoping for the great reconciliation. So, a lot of men and a lot of women will look at this movement of men and say it's, anti-woman and anti-girl. It couldn't be the furthest thing from the truth. The furthest thing from the truth. Real, integrated, authentic men love women and appreciate and value women. And I'm very, very grateful. And if that weren't the case, I wouldn't be a part of it, because I've come to appreciate women through my own travels and my own experiences of getting to know and fall in love and get close to many of them over time, and many of whom are still very close to my heart. And to see that men and women have their own struggles, and that the real beauty is in the moment when we come together and really see each other for who we are, something really special is going to be created. And that's what I'm looking forward to.
Well, great, man. I think that's a beautiful way to end it. Maybe actually one other question, because I think this is something that comes up too, is sometimes, because you're talking about these kind of archetypical differences between men and women. What would you say to the man who feels like he doesn't connect to men, that he
Yeah.
feels like he embodies more of those feminine qualities? And again, this can be subjective to how we
Sure.
define those, but I think there are, certain men who feel like they feel a disconnect. They feel that, instead of going in the initiation, they want to do something else. They want to hang with the women, or they want to do something that maybe in a traditional society would be more under the feminine qualities, whether that's weaving a basket or, gardening, whatever that is. They feel drawn to that. And so I think there's some men who maybe feel resistance to wanting to do that because they feel more drawn to those other qualities. Do you think it's still important that they have these initiatory experiences, that they learn what it is to be a man, so that they still hold that power, but then still in our difference, they can still do what they feel called to do, but they can do it in a more integral way? Or is it
Mhm.
just there are certain people who are just different, and that's the way of it as well?
I would say I was very disintegrated from my body. And we can probably agree that in various ways, all members of Western society and the world today who haven't done the work are disintegrated from their bodies. I believe society, our civilization, Western culture in particular, well, it's not Western culture, it's consumerist culture. Western culture got eaten by consumerist culture, and we're bringing it back, so we'll call it consumerist culture. Consumerist culture is designed to divide us from the intuitive knowing of our bodies. And the further that it can divide us from the intuitive knowing of our bodies, because our bodies are incapable of lying. Our heads lie. Our heads are really able to lie. Our hearts can be our greatest ally or also a traitor to us, depending on how integrated our heart is. Our body is incapable of lying. Our body knows the truth. And so I believe that society now has the goal of disintegrating us from our bodies, so we are divided from our most pure way of knowing the truth. And so the best way that I have found for a man to get, this has been my experience, other men may have other routes, but this has been mine, is through initiation. Because through initiation, and there are many roads to initiation. The Mankind Project is one of them. And that's the one that I found is the most effective process. That's not to say there aren't more, but that's a very effective process that they've been doing for 35 years. So they've refined it down to a polished shine, is to say, through this process, I will be forced to go into my body, to go deeper into my body than I've ever gone, and to find what's really in there, and to find what's true. And I will find what's true or not. And because I have to get through this experience, I have to find the truth. I have to stand on the truth to get through it. And it's a very, when I say it's very safe, there's no one that gets physically harmed. On the Mankind Project I'm speaking about, there are physical challenges, but they're ones that anyone can do. The ability to go within and to find the truth, to pass through the initiation, and the way they bring about that process is beautiful, and I believe in it wholeheartedly. But nonetheless, in this initiation, you have to go within yourself to find the truth. And if you find that truth, when you're successful in finding the truth, then everything else flows from that place of truth. And if in that moment, as you say, if you're into weaving a basket, or if you're into cooking, or if you're into things that may be traditionally considered feminine roles, then go do those things if you still feel called to them. But if you're doing it from a place of fear, if you're like, well, I'm afraid of men, so I'm going to hang out with the women, that's not an authentic place. So you have to confront that fear. As Jordan Peterson says, go into the part of the woods that seems darkest to you. That's the King Arthur myth. So you go into that fear, you go and confront that, and you will find the truth. And then you can bring that truth to your basket weaving, and you'll make better baskets or cook better food than ever before. Or you may discover that you were doing those things for an inauthentic reason, and there's something else you feel called to do, a new adventure to go on. So I would say to men who are hesitant to do it, to really ask yourselves and really, really be honest with yourselves. If you're doing something that you feel more comfortable being around the women, why are you doing that? Are you doing it out of fear? And do you really know the alternative? Have you been courageous and brave enough to go in this environment and find out for yourself what the alternative is in the safest environment that I can possibly tell you exists, a safest male environment? And my podcast with Boyce and Hodgson of the Mankind Project will be coming out tomorrow, and you can listen to the way that he speaks about it. And he's the communications and marketing director for the whole company worldwide. And you can listen to the way that he speaks about it and see if you feel right, see if it feels right for you. And that could be a path to discover your authentic masculinity, and whether you're living it or whether you're avoiding it. And that's something that you have to be honest with for yourself, whether that's true. And there are many, many, many men that will be welcoming you into masculinity, and I can guarantee you that will be grateful to have you here. And any experience you may have had with men in the past that you don't feel like you resonate with, I can guarantee you there are millions of men that will welcome you in and be grateful that you're here, and will welcome you as a brother.
Well, great, man. We're coming up in 4 hours. I think this is now the second to longest podcast I've done. I think one was 4.5.
Oh,
We
wow.
actually we had to cut about halfway through to take a bathroom break. But is there anything else you wanted to touch on before we end this?
No, I think I said it all. I mean, I'm just very grateful that you've given me the place to speak on the things that are most important and most personal to me, and that are the fuel and fire of my life right now. And sorry, someone just sounded like they just fell down in the apartment next door, but they're the fuel and fire of my life right now. I'm very grateful to have this space, because these are the things I'm so incredibly passionate about. And I'm grateful that I got to tell my story at the time at the temple as well, because it was one of the most formative experiences of my life. And you were a big part of that, and the space that you held, and the grounded values that you represented and very much embodied in being who you are, contributed to that for me. So I'm very grateful to you, and I'm grateful to you for your continuing contributions to my life, and including giving me the space to speak and grow. So thank you very much.
Oh, well, thank you, Will. It's been a pleasure, and it's for me, it's beautiful just seeing people going through these processes, through as you said, these initiatory experiences. I think it's so valuable for humanity to go through them, and
Hmm.
there's so much to gain and so much to learn, and so much humility, and just seeing your process. I mean, seeing someone who came with these things that you were working on, and then emerging, and merging into this really strong, grounded, clear, insightful man and person. It's beautiful to watch, and I think what you're doing is beautiful, and it's much needed. And uh, you know one thing that this plant work takes is it takes a tremendous courage. And what you're also doing and these things you're talking about, I think that's a manifestation of that same courage.
Mhm.
these
Thank you.
these topics that are important, they're not everyone wants to talk about them. Not everyone wants to put themselves out there because ideas that kind of shake reality, most people are afraid to talk about them because
Yeah.
it feels much safer kind of retreating into our shell and being safe, creating distance. But these are super important things to talk about, and I think we, if anything, we need many more voices talking about them, and bringing more knowledge, more light, more experience. And so it's beautiful what you're doing. So yeah, I hope you keep doing it. And I feel like we could probably talk another 4 hours. So maybe we'll do part two at this
Absolutely.
point. And if people are interested in finding more about you or your work, how can they go about doing that? Renaissance of Men. Is there any other way? And where can they find that also?
Yeah, so you can find me on Instagram. I'm active on Instagram with posts and a lot of stories. I have fun with the visual medium. That's at Ren of Men. That's RENOFMEN. It's like Renaissance of Men, but shorter, Ren of Men. On Twitter, I'm at Will_Ren of Men. And my website is renofmen.com. And then you can go to Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google Podcasts, Podbean, wherever you listen, and you can find the Renaissance of Men podcast. And you can find it there. And I do one interview episode a week. And I also do an episode of where I read and interpret poetry. So I call it Poetry for Men because I believe poetry is an art that has a lot to teach us about what it means to be men specifically. And so I just did my 9th episode where I'll read a poem, I'll give a bit of background about the artist, and then I'll read the poem, and then I'll interpret the poem, and then I'll read the poem again, and hopefully we all walk away with a better understanding of what the poem is trying to say. And so I did one for Valentine's Day this week with the poet John Donne and this poem, The Ecstasy, and I'm very proud with how that came out. So if you go look up the Renaissance of Men podcast, you can find my interviews and my poetry as well.
Oh, beautiful, man. Well, thank you so much for coming on. It's been a pleasure, and I wish you all the best. And I look forward to the next time because I'm pretty sure we can do another 4 hours.
I absolutely agree, Jason. Thank you so much. This has been great.
Yeah. Well, thank you, brother.
Thank you.
All right, everybody, that is it. I hope you enjoyed that conversation. If you made it through the full 4 hours, congratulations, good work. I really enjoy talking to Will. He's a very interesting guy, has a lot of really interesting ways of viewing the world, and I think he's really doing good work and talking about a lot of issues that are really important that we're facing in these days. As always, if you're able to help to support this podcast, that's a really big help. Thank you very much to all the people who have supported. Patreon is a really good option. There's a link in the show notes, and it's a subscription service. You can sign up for different tiers, and with those you get things in return. So it's a really nice way to give and also receive something back. Things like early access to shows, Q&As, bonus material, extended footage, things like that. Also, there's the option to donate directly via PayPal. And if you're not able to do that, simply going on the YouTube homepage, Universe Within Podcast homepage, subscribing to the show, turning on the notification bell, and liking the video. That's a really big help in getting the show out to a bigger audience, helping with the algorithms, things like that. And then with the audio version, going on Apple Podcasts, leaving a starred rating and a review, and also subscribing to the show. So that's it. I'm not exactly sure the following guests. I still need to figure out the order. But as always, I hope to have some really interesting guests coming on. So thank you all for tuning in, and I will see you on the next episode.